So we will be reading this one more time, and I'm hoping that soon we'll be in person. So in order to minimize the spread of COVID-19 virus, this regular meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920. Some or all members of the City Council will be participating in the meeting remotely via teleconferencing or other electronic means consistent with Executive Order N-2920, which suspended certain requirements of the Brown Act. Please refer to the end of the agenda for instructions related to public comment and attending the meeting. Irene, could you please read addressing City Council public comment, please?
Yes, so all attendees will be muted until they're called upon for public comment. And to make a public comment, just use the raise hand icon on your smart device or desktop computer, or you can dial *9 if you are using just your telephone. And then please listen carefully for the mayor or city clerk to address you by name or phone number and the audible Zoom notification that you have been unmuted. Once you begin your public comment, your 3 minutes will begin. If you prefer to email comments, they'll become part of the record and viewable online and in the city clerk's office.
Very well. So the meeting is called to order. And Vice Mayor Lance, could you please lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Bagby.
Present.
Councilmember Walter.
Present.
Vice Mayor Lanz.
Present.
And Mayor Cruz.
Present. Very well. Okay, so at this moment, do we have any conflict of interest to declare among all of us? None? Okay. Agenda review, regular session, changes or deletions?
Mayor, staff does have would like to note a correction to the agenda, particularly or specifically item number 7. The title of the item is consideration and adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Pumpman to procure and install a 20 horsepower flowway turbine transfer pump at the Cloverdale waste treatment plant. And it should say water treatment plant in the amount not to exceed $43,565. So just wanted to note that it's a correction to the title of the item, number 7, from waste treatment to water treatment.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, one more thing I didn't see on the agenda report out from closed session. And I apologize if I missed it on the agenda, but just if I could just do it for the record. The council had closed session today, had a couple items, and for the record, no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. No, it was not on the list here. So, okay, public comment. Are there any public comments on issues not on the agenda? Do we have any hands?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one hand from Renee.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I respectfully suggest that although we have many important topics on the agenda tonight, that the most important topic right now is fire risk, and council will figure out a way to spend some time on that topic tonight. We've had multiple fires over the past few weeks. Again, today, it's my understanding we had another fire at the river that was started by transients from an encampment. And perhaps one or more of those people are on their way to jail for arson, but we're pretty sure that will change pretty quickly. They'll probably be out tonight or tomorrow. So I just wanted to have us look at what can be done to immediately clear transients that are lighting fires from the tinderbox, which is around and in Cloverdale. Until recently, I did not know that the campfire traveled at the rate of 80 football fields per minute. I think how fast that a fire could travel at that speed, excuse me, from anywhere in Cloverdale and level our town and destroy our lives. At night, I think of the poor people in Coffee Park who went to bed feeling safely far away from a fire that roared from miles away and jumped the freeway, leveling homes and lives. This could be Cloverdale. So I'm hoping that we can figure out a way to get transients to housing inside a safe place now. The current situation is neither compassionate nor safe for anyone. So if they're refusing housing, we have to work within the laws to find a way to get them off the private property, whether it's private property, city, or county property. The rights of the community to live in a safe place are just as important as the rights of transients who choose to live outside the bounds of society and turn down the help that is offered to them. I don't think Cloverdale is doing enough. So I'm asking you to do what you can to prevent our beautiful town from being destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This will be addressed at the end of the agenda. Any other hands?
Thank you, Marta.
You're very welcome. Any
No
other
other hands are raised.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're on mute, Mayor.
Respecting noise making. Okay, so thank you very much to Renee for her comments, and now we move on to student liaison reports. We didn't call on your attendance, and both of you are here, so thank you and welcome. So should we start with Summer and then Jennifer, and we'll move on to the presentations.
I am going to go ahead and say thank you and pass it on over to Jenny. She has our report for tonight.
Go ahead, Jennifer. Thank you.
Yes. For my report, with regards to members and others, I'm turning on my camera just in case. With regards to all council members and others, here at Cloverdale High School, we have 15 days left in school until students go back to CHS unless you're a senior who's graduating on June 11th. There is no school on Memorial Day, so students will have a 4-day week starting June 1st through June 4th. Coming up is the CHS Virtual Senior Awards Night on June 2nd, 2021.
And we lost Jennifer. Jennifer? It's been a challenge during this year with both Summer and Jennifer and access. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll start from the beginning. With regards to all council members and others, here at Cloverdale High School, we have 15 days left in school until students go back to CHS unless you're a senior who's graduating on June 11th. There is no school on Memorial Day, so students will have a 4-day week starting June 1st through June 4th. Coming up is the CHS Virtual Senior Awards Night on June 2nd, 2021 at 6 p.m. virtually celebrating
Jennifer, we're going to have to ask you to put in your chat.
their families. Since COVID guidance for 30% capacity, for 30% capacity for outdoor events. The Lions Club has been gracious to serve seniors a delicious breakfast to celebrate during graduation day. To all seniors graduating, you have to return your books, textbooks, calculators, sports, uniforms, IGP agreements signed, and cameras to the office or your teacher. Otherwise, you won't graduate, which is why it is essential to do so. Additionally, B quarter semester finals will take place from June 5th through June 10th. And the good news is that on June 11th, we will not have school since it is graduation day for seniors. And that'll be all.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're really excited to see this graduating class. So I hope to attend. All right, let's see. We're going to have presentation of certificates of appreciation to student liaisons, Summer Lands, and Jennifer Ramirez Mora. And I would like for Councilmember Vice Mayor Lance to be the one to do this. Not only because he's our representative and liaison with the school system, but also because it's very important that we see this incredible relationship between our vice mayor and Summer, his daughter, the representative for the school, as well as with Jennifer. Please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that. I would like to start with Jennifer, if you don't mind. Jennifer, sorry, make sure I'm all good here. I saw something pop up. So Jennifer, you have done a wonderful job. Your information was always on point. And considering the fact that we've been in a COVID year, you've been in and out of school, not sure what was going on, how to get your information. And I know firsthand how hard it is to get it from the people in your office or from your district. I applaud you for the job you have done. I have been around approximately 6 student liaisons, and you are definitely top notch. And we are so thankful to have you, and we're going to miss you, extremely miss you, because you were on top of everything at all times, and you fought through some of the worst internet I've ever had to see. And I apologize. I tried every 2 weeks to get you new internet, and the school tried, and I did everything I could. And I am so sorry that finally in this meeting, we could finally hear you. So 12 months to get it right, it kills me. So we're all thankful to have you, and look forward to what you hold in the future. Anyone else want to say something about Jennifer before we move on? Saying no, I'll move on to this one. Who I will be glad to get my office back, even though she'll be missed. It was funny that she actually made the council before I did, and so it was one of those things that I always joked with her that, you know, she was going to be a more senior council person than I was, and she still is. And so we're going to hate to see her go, but luckily I get to see her at home, and she can complain and work with me there and debate back and forth with everything that goes on. And I thank her for all her hard work and pushing forward between the multiple sports, ASB, her schoolwork, babysitting, full-time job, dog sitting, and everything that goes on, to take the time to do this in a very professional and intelligent way. So thank you, Summer Lands, for everything you've done.
Councilmember Bagby. I saw your hand up. No, okay. All right. Well, you know, I would like to see the certificate and read it. Let's see. It says, on behalf of the City Council and Joint City Cloverdale Unified School District Subcommittee, we would like to recognize you for the time and commitment you have dedicated to serving in the Student City Council Liaison position and participating in one City Council meeting per month for 2020-21 school year. Thank you for your hard work providing a voice for our local youth and enhancing student participation in local government. I would like to invite you to please talk to your peers and see if we can have enough applications so that we could choose more than just from a group of 2. We would like to choose from a group of 5. And I am happy to say that you're definitely going to get more money than previous ones. So we're keeping that up. Yes, Councilmember Walter.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to echo the words of Vice Mayor Lance. You both did a wonderful job. And Jennifer, I'm sorry for the communication problems that you were having, but the reports were always interesting, and I look forward to hearing them. good luck in your future endeavors. And yeah, remember Cloverdale. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Since that's over at this moment, we'll go ahead and ask you to come to City Hall at some point for picture taking, okay? Because we always do that with the mayor, vice mayor, city manager, and so on. So we have to arrange that, and Irene will help us with that particular item, okay? And I don't know, are they getting their checks mailed or do they pick it up? Irene?
Yes, the checks will be mailed as well as their physical certificates of appreciation.
Okay, congratulations to two of you.
Yes,
Thank
congratulations.
you. And then any member of the public would like to say anything to our student liaisons? No hands?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next item, which is proclamation declaring May 9 through 16, 2021 as National Police Week and May 15 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day. So may I ask for Council Member Walter to read the proclamation.
Thank you for that honor, Madam Mayor, but I'm going to pass on that. I think it would be more appropriate for our police chief to maybe read that memo.
Okay, I wanted to spare him of that, but Police Chief, here you are. Go ahead, Chief Ferguson.
Be happy to. Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Council Proclamation, Police Week and Police Officer Memorial Day. Whereas law enforcement officers play an essential role in ensuring our safety and in safeguarding our rights and freedoms. And whereas our officers partner with citizens to keep our community as safe as possible by enforcing traffic laws, proactive policing, and forming neighborhood watch groups. And whereas when an unsafe situation does arise, officers are the first to respond and provide assistance, often at great risk to their own personal safety. And whereas Cloverdale police officers continue to face increased danger, both seen and unseen, and scrutiny in the performance of their official duties. And whereas our officers recognize their duty to serve our citizens by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas City of Cloverdale police officers responded to calls for service, provide needed security, and participate in numerous community events. And whereas the Congress and President of the United States have established May 15th, 2021 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as National Police Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Marta Cruz of the City of Cloverdale, proclaims May 15th, 2021 as Peace Officer Memorial Day and the week of May 9th through May 16th as Police Week in the City of Cloverdale, and urges all citizens to mark this occasion with appropriate ceremonies commemorating police officers past and present who by their faithful and loyal devotion have collectively preserved our rights and our security, and further extend our appreciation to our Chief of Police, Jason Ferguson, and his staff, Police Lieutenant Chris Parker, Police Sergeant Salvatore Baruso, Rudy Sagabiano, Police Officers Kevin Burt, John Camara, Damian Eaglesfield, Bo Gastineau, Jason Mora, Carlos Nunez, Ricky Rhodes, Jim Stratton, and Katie Venoni, and Police Officer Reserve, Carlos Godino. Presented this day, May 26, 21. Mayor Cruz, Marta Cruz, Mayor. Thank you. I'd like to just add, if I may for a moment, that it has been a very difficult, challenging year in 2020 and continuing as we move into 2021 for law enforcement. They were confronted with pandemics, protests, defunding police movements, which made it not only one of the most challenging years, but also one of the most deadly years for police officers. In 2020, 13 officers died in the line of duty in the state of California. Across the nation, 295 lost their lives. 182 of those were COVID related. which is significantly large. It's one of the most devastating years for law enforcement fatalities. I think it's really important to note here that throughout the difficult and challenging year, the officers at Cloverdale Police Department continue to protect this community, sacrificing their own health and safety on a daily basis to ensure the safety of our community. And I think it speaks volumes to their commitment. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to say this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ferguson. Councilmember Walter, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I would just like to give out a big thank you to Chief Ferguson for stepping into the shoes of our Chief of Police here in Cloverdale and doing a wonderful job right from the first day. And a big thank you to all the boys in blue. As I read through the list of names, though, I think one might be missing, John Camaro's partner. I don't know if he's still with us, I believe. So maybe next year we could get his name up there on under the K-9 squad. That would be great. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Other council members? Yes, Councilmember Bagby.
Well, since she was overlooked, I will just call out by name Officer Katie Vidoni, who is our girl in blue, and recognize her for the great job that she does on the essential job that our lone female sworn officer has, and how important she is to the force. So I just want to thank all of the officers, leadership, of course, Chief Ferguson, but especially shout out to Katie.
Thank you. David?
Mayor, thank you, and members of council. I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of Chief Ferguson and his collaborative skills working with the senior management team within City Hall, and his collaborative nature working together to solve and address, the challenges that have been before us. Not only those issues affecting our police department, but the issues affecting our community. Chief has really done a fantastic job at addressing the need to be prepared for emergencies that affect our community. I know we're going to talk later about preparation for fires. And I just want to acknowledge the work that the chief's put in to help prepare our community for emergencies. And of course, the dedication that the workforce, both our men and women of our police department, as well as our dispatch, in working through the challenging times related to the pandemic. So thank you, Chief, for your leadership and your collaboration with our senior staff. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a very supportive staff and crew, so it makes it much easier. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be fast. I just wanted to say thank you. I know the dedication and the sacrifice that each and every person makes. And I know that it is usually at the cost of other people in their lives or their own in the futures and within their own mental health capacities. And so I can't thank your officers, your dispatch, and your resource officers, your community officers, everyone that's involved, because no one has it easy no matter what their job is, and it will affect them for the rest of their lives. And so I can't thank them enough for the dedication and sacrifice they do to our town.
Anyone else at the table would like to say something? Any public comments, Irene?
No hands are raised, Mayor.
Thank you. And I would like, before we close on this item, to say thank you for your dedication and your availability, Chief Ferguson. That is most important to all of us, that you're available to us and that you could guide us in difficult moments and help us to say the right thing and to behave properly. In addition, I would like to cheer for the dog, okay? He's definitely part of the team, and I appreciate your inclusiveness and your concern for all members of our community and our community of color. Thank you again. And we have one more proclamation. as we move on, and that is number 4, proclamation declaring May 2021 Older Americans Month. And I would like to go ahead and read this one because I have a very close relationship with the Senior Center, and I appreciate everything that goes on with our older Americans here in Cloverdale. Whereas the city of Cloverdale is home to older Americans who enrich and strengthen our community, and whereas Cloverdale includes a growing number of older Americans who have built resilience and strength over their lives through successes and difficulties, and whereas Cloverdale benefits when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are included and encouraged to share their successes and stories of resilience, and whereas Cloverdale recognizes our need to nurture ourselves, reinforce our strength, and continue to thrive in times of both joy and difficulty. And whereas Cloverdale can foster communities of strength by creating opportunities to share stories and learn from each other, engaging older adults through education, recreation, and service, and encouraging people of all ages to celebrate connections and resilience. And whereas the city of Cloverdale is proud to honor the history and contributions of older Americans in our community of Cloverdale throughout our state and nation. And whereas the month of May 2021 presents an opportunity to acknowledge and thank older adults and those who support them, like the Cloverdale Senior Center, for their significant contributions to our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Cloverdale the City Council of the City of Cloverdale does hereby declare May 2021 as Older Americans Month in Cloverdale, and urges all residents to recognize older adults and the people who support them as essential contributors to the strength of our community. So ordered. And we will present this to Melanie Hall and the board president. I don't know, in person perhaps. We'll deliver it to the Senior Center soon. So, any comments? Yes?
We do have Melanie, Ms. Hall, so she's welcome.
Well, Melanie, you're welcome to receive this via Zoom. And would you like to speak to the council?
Yes, I just want to thank all of you for recognizing how much value our older Americans have to our community and, I mean, our country and our families and our everyday life. And, you know, we're really, really thrilled that we can have Cloverdale claim that they have a proclamation saying that as of May 2021, that we are, you know, acknowledging the importance of our senior citizens. With almost a third of our population being seniors here, I get to firsthand work with the treasured people in our community who, you know, volunteer their time, volunteer their expertise, volunteer their talents, and just make our community a much better place to live in. So I have to say we're absolutely thrilled. We do have a board meeting coming up on Wednesday at 4, and I will welcome that proclamation to be presented then, if that works for you. And thank you to the council, and David Kelly, thank you very much for your part in it as well.
Thank you, Melanie. Any other comments? I want to, anybody in the public, Irene, before I say anything?
No, no other comments, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And I definitely want to congratulate the Senior Center for becoming a beacon for food security in the town of Cloverdale, serving especially the senior and those who are homebound. So thank you for being such a leader in this particular issue, Melanie, and everybody and the whole team at volunteers at the Senior Center. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we will move to consent calendar. All items under consent calendar will be considered together by one action of the council unless any council member or member of the public requests that an item be removed and considered separately. Any action on this? Any hands, Irene?
No hands.
Okay, thank you. So,
Mayor, I'll move 5 through 8.
Okay. Is there a
second?
Okay, thank you. Irene?
Thank you. Councilmember Bagsby?
Aye.
Councilmember Walter?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lance?
Aye.
And Mayor Cruz?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And communications. And this has been added to our packet. Any discussion on any of this?
Mayor, very briefly, just want to note that there's 2 items of communication in your packet. First item's from Linda Elliott, expressing her opposition to the sale of Safe and Sane fireworks. And secondarily, a letter from Miss Lisa Frost, who is expressing a desire for water meters that can provide real-time water usage data to customers.
Councilmember Bagby.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'd recommend that we move each of these items to the appropriate subcommittees.
Okay. And this, I would understand Cloverdale and water under public works and the fireworks to admin and policing or sustainability, which is the 2?
Mayor, I would recommend fireworks be placed, if council agrees, be placed on the finance, admin, and police subcommittee agenda. And the item from Ms. Frost be placed on the public works.
Yes. Okay. Are we agreeing on this, Gus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With respect to Linda Elliott's letter pertaining to sale of fireworks, I'd like to see that broadened a little bit and not just have this revolve around fireworks, but there's other safety measures that we should be discussing pertaining to fires in the city of Cloverdale. So I'd like to see a broader discussion of that as well.
Are you requesting now or?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to see the subcommittee just limiting their conversation to fireworks. I'd like to see them exploring other areas, what we can do for public safety when it comes to fires.
Okay. That would be an issue that is also going to be discussed in the homeless subcommittee.
Okay, both places is fine.
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you. Okay. And public hearings. Items will begin at the time shown or as close thereafter as possible to allow for completion of the item. So item 11 is public hearing for the Urban Water Management Plan and consideration of one resolution adopting the 2020 update for the Urban Water Management Plan for the city of Cloverdale. And 2, resolution adopting the water shortage contingency plan for the city of Cloverdale. So I'll open the floor for a discussion on this one.
Madam Mayor, and I'll introduce this item and turn it over to our city engineer, Mark Rincon. So tonight, the staff recommendation is for council to hold a public hearing, and following the public hearing, consider 2 resolutions. One resolution is to consider adoption of the Urban Water Management Plan, which was a copy of which is included in your agenda packet. And the second resolution is to adopt the water shortage contingency plan, which is a component and a chapter included within the urban water management plan. So what we have for you tonight is a presentation, and I'd like to turn it over to our city engineer to just provide a brief overview of the documentation that's before you tonight and introduce the presenters. Mark?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So this act was passed back in 1983, way back when. Our student liaisons would say that's prehistory, but for me, that's recent history. Anyways, it's passed by the California State Legislature, and it's a way of managing water resources throughout the state and having water purveyors, namely cities and water districts, present how they're managing their water and water resources specifically. So this is a 5-year plan. It's renewed every 5 years. And you have to meet a certain threshold in order to produce one. Cloverdale achieved that back in 2015, so it produced its first one. And now we have the 2020 renewal coming up. It's before you. It's been a draft document. And I have here Woodard & Curran, our consulting firm that will be presenting today. And I see Ian here. And I thought I saw, Ian, I guess you're going to be presenting this today. Basically an overview of the urban water management plan and its accompanying, what is this? The water shortage contingency plan, which is, again, like David said, a chapter within the urban water management plan. But nonetheless, it has specific, unique provisions to cover. And so, ergo, it's kind of a separate standalone document. But Ian, if you wouldn't mind, Irene, I know he's got the presentation, so if you give him control for the presentation, that would be great.
Yes, both Ian and Leslie, you have.
Okay, Leslie, I'm sorry, Leslie, I didn't see you. Yes, Leslie is also here.
Thank you, Mark. Can everyone see my screen? I'm seeing some nods.
Yes, excellent. You're good.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me, Council and Madam Mayor. My name is Ian Jaffe, and I'm here with Leslie Dumas from Woodard & Curran, and I'm going to be presenting the city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. So first, let's start with what those documents are. Urban water management plans are required by the California Department of Water Resources for urban water suppliers, and the content of the document is really prescribed by a set of requirements and guidelines. These plans must be updated every 5 years, the last one being 2015, in order to support planning for future water reliability. And to support the urban water management plan, a water shortage contingency plan was also prepared, which focuses more specifically on water reliability. The Urban Water Management Plan establishes and tracks progress towards per capita water reduction targets. And it's really important to note that this plan has to be submitted in order for the city to be eligible for state funding. So just to give you a quick overview of the schedule of this project and the plan itself. So the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan is actually due in July of 2021, so coming up in a little over a month, and it has to be adopted by council before it's submitted to the state. And this schedule also includes a public review period, which wrapped up a couple of weeks ago, and then time for this presentation for council's consideration before adoption. So as part of the Urban Water Management Plan guidelines, the city made notifications to various stakeholders to inform them of the preparation of the Urban Water Management Plan. This includes letters sent to the county and the Russian River Watershed Association, as well as public notices made via the newsflash text alert system that you have at the city, online notices, and a newspaper notice. So let's take a look at the Urban Water Management Plan itself. On this slide, you can see sort of a summary of all of the primary components of the plan, and I'm going to be going into each one of these in a moment. We can look at that another way. Here you can see an overview of what's in the plan itself, a list of the different chapters, and the complete list of appendices. So let's dive in to the report. The first piece that I want to go over is those gallons per capita per day targets and the compliance. Now, the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan is a major milestone in which the city needs to demonstrate compliance with Senate Bill X7-7. Now, for those who aren't familiar, SB X77 requires a 20% reduction in urban per capita water use by the year 2020, as compared to a baseline that had been previously established in the city's last Urban Water Management Plan. And so here you can see the specific numbers. The baseline had been set at 173 gallons per capita per day, with an ultimate 2020 target of 139 gallons per capita per day, and an interim target of 156. And as you can see by the actual water usage, the city did very well and met both of those targets. And most importantly, the most recent 2020 target, which is really good to see. So I do want to take a quick moment just to note the difference between SBX 77 and the recent the stage 2 water supply emergency, which I know council has been considering and implementing. SBX 77 is related to long-term water conservation and compliance, whereas the water supply emergency addresses a near-term drought condition. So in addition to tracking the city's recent water usage, the Urban Water Management Plan also includes reporting of the city's water losses. The water use calculation includes both system loss and unbilled water usage, and supports the city's efforts to identify and address system losses in order to make the best use of all the water that they have. The table shown here summarizes the city's water losses over the past 5 years, with the number typically hovering around 12%, but dropping all the way down to 5% this past year. And comparing those numbers to industry standards, they really look quite good, especially that last year, which means that the city has been doing a good job to manage its water losses. So moving on, much of the Urban Water Management Plan revolves around population and water demand projection analysis. Now, this table summarizes the city's existing and projected population through the year 2040. As you can see, the city's population is expected to grow from about 9,200 now to over 13,600 people in the year 2040, with the water demand projected to increase proportionally from a little under 400 million gallons currently to about 580 million gallons per year by 2040. And this assumes that the city can continue to maintain its current per capita water use. Now, the other critical piece of this projection is, of course, confirming that the city will have enough supply to meet those projected water demands. Now, it is expected that the city would continue to rely solely on its senior Russian River water rights, and therefore the city would be able to divert enough water to meet its demand. So shown here is the projected supplies, which line up with the demand shown on the previous slide. Now, as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, another key component of the Urban Water Management Plan is water supply reliability. So the question really comes down to, what will the city's supply be in the case of a drought? And the best way to really get a handle on that is to look not too far into the past and review what happened during the most recent drought. So from 2014 to 2016, the city reduced its water supplies by nearly 20% compared to the baseline previous 10 years. Now, it's important to remember that the city holds senior water rights on the Russian River. So these supply reductions were made in response to state mandates to reduce water usage. We could expect to see something similar in the future, but the city has already reduced its baseline water usage, as I discussed previously. So while the city saw a 20% reduction in supply during the last drought, that would be equivalent to more of a 10% reduction in supply compared to the current baseline conditions if there was to be another similar sort of drought. So taking these percentages and turning them into real numbers, what does that projection end up looking like? You can see that, again, under normal year conditions, the supplies are going to be equal to those demands. But under a single dry year condition, we can apply that 10% supply reduction, and you end up with a slight supply shortfall, which means that the city would have to implement some sort of demand management measures in order to reduce demands and match up with the supplies. And we see a similar situation under an extended multiple dry year condition. Again, there's a projected supply deficit when you apply the 10% assumed supply reduction, and the city would then reduce its demands and implement some sort of demand management measures in order to match that supply. So to support the urban water management plan and this reliability assessment, a water shortage contingency plan was also developed. Now, the city had developed one of these plans previously as part of the last urban water management plan development. However, there were new regulations that required some significant updates to be made, and it is now both a chapter of the urban water management plan as well as its own standalone reference document for your consideration and adoption along with the urban water management plan. So the goal of the water shortage contingency plan is to develop a plan for action to identify and respond to water supply shortages. The plan is meant as a go-to reference for annual water supply and demand assessments. The main component of the plan is the establishment of 6 water shortage levels, shown at the right, as well as a suite of response actions to be implemented in response to those shortages. So as you can see, the 6 stages range from a supply shortage of 10% all the way to something over 50%. This is both due to drought and emergency conditions. The water shortage contingency plan also establishes a communication, compliance, and enforcement protocol should any of these stages need to be implemented. So while the water shortage contingency plan establishes a list of demand reduction tactics that can be implemented when supplies are reduced, the city also has a few demand management measures in place year-round to promote positive water use practices. Now, these measures include the water waste ordinance, which encourages the avoidance of unnecessary water use, and water metering to help track and manage water usage. And the city also coordinates and staffs water conservation programs and public outreach and education. Moving on, there are a few final assessments that are included in the urban water management plan. First is the drought risk assessment. Now, this is a new requirement for the 2020 urban water management plan as compared to the previous plan. And the goal of the drought risk assessment is to review the city's supplies and demands projected over the next 5 years under the assumption that they are all dry years. So this is let's look near term, what would happen if there's a drought over the next 5 years. And then under that assumption, what actions would be needed to address any supply deficiencies. So as previously discussed, the city under a drought condition, the city could expect to see a supply reduction of about 10% under dry year conditions, which would result in a supply shortfall compared to their normal demands. And in order to address that shortfall, the city could then implement stage 1 of the water shortage contingency plan, which would be expected to reduce demands by about 15%, thus making up the gap from that supply shortfall. Next, the urban water management plan includes an assessment of the city's vulnerability to climate change. Now, this work builds off of the effort completed as part of the 2015 plan, which covers both regional and local vulnerabilities. Specifically, climate change may impact the city in a few different ways. First, as temperatures are projected to increase, there is likely to be increased demand associated with irrigation. There may also be higher and more frequent peak demand days due to those increased temperatures. Interestingly enough, though, the state projections indicate that precipitation in the region may increase by an average of 1 inch annually. However, there's also an increased risk of extended dry periods. So while there may be more water available on average in the long run, there might need to be some sort of dam release adjustments in order to better manage those supplies to deal with the dry spells. Increased temperatures may also impact the city's water quality, as higher temperatures can result in algae blooms and changes to pesticide practices, which could run off into water supplies. And the increased temperatures are unfortunately likely to increase wildfire risks, which I'm sure everyone is well aware of. And then finally, there may be changes to dam releases that are necessary in order to support fish habitat. So many of these risks are obviously outside of the city's control. However, having an understanding of what those risks are, documenting them in this plan, and coordinating with regional partners, as the city has been doing, is the critical step for the time being. Finally, the last analysis included in the urban water management plan is a calculation of the energy required to treat and transport the city's drinking and wastewater. The figure shown here, about 2,200 kilowatt hours per million gallons of water supplied, nearly 1,600 kilowatt hours per million gallons of wastewater treated, are really just for reporting purposes to the state. So with that, let me go back over the schedule for the urban water management plan. So to recap, the plan was drafted and made available to the public in mid-April, with a public review period lasting a month, wrapping up a couple of weeks ago. I'm here today, May 26th, to present the two plans to you for your consideration and hopefully adoption. And then the plan would be to submit these two plans to the state before the deadline on July 1st. So the big takeaways from the development of the urban water management plan is that it's been prepared ahead of the deadline, is ready to be adopted and submitted. Also, very importantly, the city met its SBX 77 demand reduction target, which is great to see. And the city is well positioned to continue using Russian River water supplies into the future. And finally, the city has developed and is continuing to refine its plans to provide a reliable supply and address dry year and emergency conditions. And with that, we're happy to take questions.
Open the floor for questions from our council. No questions? Melanie, please.
Yeah, this is more for staff, just kind of a follow-up from, I think it was the last council meeting where, we started to discuss the need to diversify our water portfolio. Since then, I know some of us have attended the Redwood Division League of Cities meeting where we had both Senator McGuire and Congressman Huffman talk about the state dollars that are hopefully going to be coming to cities to invest in water infrastructure, as well as a bill that Congressman Huffman is sponsoring to help cities finance or fund water improvements. And I just wanted to find out from staff if we kind of know what the schedule is to start talking about, diversifying our water supply portfolio and how we can start being ready for the funding that we know is eventually going to be, but we maybe don't know the complete timeline, but the funding that will hopefully be coming from the state and the federal level for projects that can help us ensure a safe and consistent water supply.
Yes, Councilmember Baggy, Mark Rincon here. We basically have a two-pronged strategy for this. Mostly is making more reliable and resilient our system. So looking at the short-term projects, putting in some more wells along the river there, just so that we can, have a more reliable supply, not necessarily increasing the supply, but having it, easier access, because we do run into issues as the river starts to get low. We start to draw air. So, those are some of the short-term projects that we need to look at in terms of refreshing a couple of our wells and perhaps putting in a new well. Long-term, though, you're absolutely right. We need to start looking at long-term projects, whether that's, diversifying our portfolio with more groundwater resources, and where do we put those wells? And of course, I have, planned in the short term, doing a hydrogeologic study to see where was the optimal location to tap into more of the deeper groundwater for the city's needs. In terms of regional projects, that's going to have to take a regional approach, because it's just, the ocean is not close by enough, nor is the state water project. So we're kind of isolated here, and it's going to have to we're at the top, big project. Of course, the Potter Valley project is keen on this. It's really key to continue to have that interbasin transfer, and knowing that it not only supports the economy, but it also supports fisheries, et cetera. So, participating at that, being there at the table is very important for the city of Cloverdale. And hopefully we will be invited to that table too. But it also reflects that the city of Cloverdale is going to have to participate in some of these regional projects, because they're rare when they come up, and they don't come up often, as we know. So, whether it's increasing storage at Lake Mendocino or bettering the operations of the Potter Valley project, we do need to start taking a look at those very carefully and making sure that our voices are heard.
Thank you, Mr. Rincon. Councilmember Walter, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Melanie, I'm just wondering if they said those funds coming would be restricted in any way, shape, or form. Because Mark, if they're not, it sounds to me like we could achieve some of our capital improvement projects with that money.
You may be correct, Councilmember Walter. We haven't seen it being released yet, so the criteria we're just kind of. We know it's coming, but the criteria hasn't been established, nor are they soliciting applications just quite yet. So we're keeping a close eye on that, and hopefully, once we do see it, we will solicit help from our consultants like Woodard and Curran to kind of help us through that whole process.
And I need to add here that it's very important that we continue to participate with the Redwood Empire Division, because they're on top of all these issues, and they're on top of all the legislation, and also they are able to guide us on what is the process and procedures that we need to follow to be on top of it and make sure that we are in good line in terms of application in a timely manner. So yes, they did discuss that there was no specific guidelines on how the distribution is going to happen. But we as council and we as a town need to start seeing and considering what are going to be our alternatives, so that when the money comes, we know exactly where we want it to go.
Absolutely.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, just to provide the council with a little bit of additional information regarding Huffman's bill. It was just recently reintroduced on May 20th of this month. The bill is referred to as the Future Western Water Infrastructure and Drought Resiliency Act, or the Future Act. There's really four major components to that bill. I think to Councilmember Walter's question, a major component includes infrastructure development. A big portion of that is dedicated to sustainable multi-benefit water storage projects. That's probably something that's really targeted at the regional level and Sonoma Water. But there is $500 million proposed for a water recycling and reuse projects. Obviously, that would be an opportunity to procure funding or submit an application for funding to support conversion of our wastewater treatment plant to an advanced treatment process, and looking at opportunities to reutilize or utilize recycled or tertiary treated water. The other three elements of that bill includes improved technology and data. I think that kind of speaks to the correspondence that was received, where residents, in order to facilitate conservation, really would like to have real-time meter reads that can give them real-time data on their water usage. So that'd be something we could look at to kind of facilitate conservation. The other two aspects of the bill includes ecosystem protection and restoration. So that's again geared towards a regional level of improving the environment because of impacts related to drought conditions, and improving the overall health of especially the Central Valley that has been impacted by drought conditions, and our fish and wildlife species that are in the Delta. And then last but not least, the other major component is water job training and education. So that's really funding to support additional professional development within the water field. So staff will keep our eye on this bill and as it makes its way through the process, and it may be something that we bring forward to council a letter of support, if that's needed in the legislative process to support this bill getting ultimately adopted by Congress and then funded. So we will definitely keep our eye on it. We definitely want to seek opportunities to obtain federal funding for any improvements that are going to benefit our water system in our community.
Thank you very much for that, David. And at this point, if we don't have further discussion at the table, I would like to open it up to the public, please.
Madam Mayor, I think we need to open up, Jose, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point, we should open up for the public hearing.
That's correct. So just officially, I know that that's what the mayor was doing, but just officially, we are opening up the public hearing and opening up to see if there's any public comment.
And I'm not seeing any hands at the moment, Mayor.
Mayor and Council, I do want to note that after the agenda was published, we did receive 2 letters of correspondence in regards to the public hearing tonight. One of which was from Mr. Rob Kozlowski. He's asking for council to defer their decision on approving both the urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan. And likewise, there's correspondence that was emailed to our city clerk by Mr. Craig Carney, who is also asking for additional time for public review of the urban water management plan. So those do represent public comment provided within the context of the public hearing tonight. So just want to make sure council is aware of that correspondence.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing that there are no hands raised, we'll bring it back to the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have one hand raised from Patty.
Okay, go ahead. Patty, make sure you're not muted.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure at all if this is the right place to make this suggestion because these topics are so big and overlapping and you just started your meeting. But the concept of not doing any hookups to the system while we're in drought stage. That's basically, I just wanted to put that out there.
That was voted on the last council meeting. David, would you like to answer to that, please?
Madam Mayor, you're correct. The council at your previous meeting on what's the date? Earlier this May was council adopted a resolution addressing water service connections because of the water shortage emergency. So council has taken that action in accordance with the Cloverdale Municipal Code.
Okay, so I'll look to try to find out what the result was, and thank you.
Any other hands? Irene?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the table. Todd?
Oh, I'm so sorry. They pop up on me. I have Angela.
Okay, go ahead, please, Angela.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize public comment was closing. My apologies. I would like to, bring up the issue with the new developments that are coming, the applications are coming in, and I wasn't sure if the city had already made a decision for some type of moratorium or putting them on hold for hookup right now for any of the new applicants that are coming in until this part of the discussion is resolved for the water control and what the plan is for the future. I understand that you guys already have applicants that are pending or have been approved, but the ones that are coming in that have not been approved, I really ask that the city put those on hold. Those should be on the back burner. Thank you.
David, could you please clarify what our vote was the last time, and also the issue of developments that we have discussed? Could you please summarize that for the public?
Will do, Mayor. I just was pulling up the agenda so I can point specifically to the title of the resolution that the council did adopt. The resolution was considered by the council at your May 12th meeting. The resolution that was adopted by council was suspended new or enlarged water system connections due to drought, and the methods for addressing that suspension is provided for in the Cloverdale Municipal Code, and it's got a number of detailed requirements related to that suspension. And the item that Ms. Cordova is bringing forward tonight about new development, just want to caution council that some of these actions are going to come before you in the future, and it would be appropriate to just refer your decisions on those projects until such time that those projects come forward, just to preserve the constitutional rights for those particular projects. But certainly want to acknowledge that council did express its concerns relative to the drought, and did take action to address the need and direction to for staff to address the water service connections.
Would you like to say something to that effect, Jose, in terms of the discussion of this particular issue that is still not coming in front of us?
So absolutely, Mayor. So obviously the issue in front of you is your urban water management plan, and you also have the water shortage contingency plan, which add kind of a more of a framework on what you're doing with water management, with how you're dealing with shortage. The decisions that were done by the council at the last council meeting, the resolution, as David mentioned, there is a resolution regarding implementing stop to enlarge connection fees or new connection fees. Or not fees, connections, water connections. However, there are exceptions in the actual ordinance as far as what can continue going forward. It's really the connection we're talking about. But with that said, also at the last council meeting, we did discuss, and if the council approves these resolutions today regarding the urban water management plan and also the water shortage contingency plan, we're also going to be right away working on updating your ordinance and on updating kind of the process of what you do when there's a drought, for example, just so everything could be consistent with each other. So there is still work to be done. As I mentioned at the last meeting as well, the council also adopted an emergency, or proclaimed that there was an emergency regarding the drought in order to allow more flexibility. So if we see the drought gets worse, conditions get worse, the council can take drastic actions and put in actual emergency type of actions in order to prevent kind of catastrophe in the city. Regarding new development, I think what David mentioned is what we can't do is we can't talk about specific projects that are coming to you later on. That's what we can't do. We can't talk specifics because there's due process for those types of projects. I think everybody understands that. We got to be careful. We can't talk about it before it hits you, or else obviously a kind of a developer may say, wait a minute, you were biased, you've already made up your mind, etc. That's what David was mentioning. The decision today, urban water management plan and the water shortage contingency plan, which kind of pushed that idea of we have to be careful, we got to plan, we got to make sure we're ready for drought situations. And just the backdrop, we will be continuing to work on your ordinance in order to not only make it consistent with this document if you approve it, but also be forward-looking in what the city has to do to make sure that it's fine.
Thank you very much, Jose. Are there any other hands? Irene?
Angela, did you just have a?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Jose, for clarifying that. So when you say that you can't discuss future applicants or future developments that are coming through, so what do you guys do? Your plan is to wait until it goes through the planning commission and the council and gets approved, and then you decide to do public comment and blindside the public? That's pretty much what happened on the other projects. So, I mean, don't you think you should have some kind of discussion regarding, for instance, the 80 apartments that's being proposed on Asti? That's ridiculous.
We cannot discuss issues that are not agendized, but Jose, could you clarify the process?
Yes, no, as far as the different process, as far as when development, and let me just talk about generically development, not a specific project. When developments come to the city, oftentimes there are also workshops. You could have public meetings discussing what's coming up. For discussion purposes, developers often come and present, kind of giving kind of, hey, this is the project that's coming forward without having an approval before you. I've seen that happen. For big projects, there's also a planning commission stage of most of the development projects where things go vetted through the planning commission as well, offering an opportunity for the public to provide comments that way. The bigger the project, I've seen workshops. We saw several workshops, if you remember, with some folks that were on the council with the Alexander Valley project, Alexander Valley Resort. When we were having the development agreement, there were several workshops that hit the council prior to the approvals or any decisions, and then it still went through the planning commission process. Again, there's a lot of different situations where things could come forward with the council and on big projects. And I'm being general right now because I don't have all the information regarding the project that's coming forward. And again, that specific project is not before you today on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Jose. And any other hands regarding the subject matter that we're discussing in terms of the urban water management plan?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, so I'll bring it back. Vice Mayor Lance, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. David, I just want to address one of the letters that was sent in for the communications by Craig Carney. When he stated he had not had sufficient time to review the documents. Could you go over where these documents were, how they were given to the public, all that, so that I can better understand?
Absolutely, Vice Mayor. And just for reference, it was included in the slide. I'll have to pull up which number of the slide that it was addressed on, but it included a notice in our water bill, also included a notice of required legal notice to all of the other water system providers. It was a notice that was provided in the newspaper because of the public hearing tonight, and it's been placed prominently on our website, on the homepage of our website for in excess of the required 30 days. Staff's goal was be completely transparent with the document with the public, and provide the opportunity for its review. And I'm not sure if our city engineer has any other input on its how we reached out to the community regarding the urban water management plan.
Yes, David, you're exactly right. We did post it. We did put the ad in the paper. We did put access to it. And we did receive some questions, which we addressed. I can speak to that, but we did address some questions as well. And so the report reflects those questions to make sure that they're clearly stated how we address them.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, the next part of my question, if you don't mind, real quick. With this management plan, I see we're basically looking to grow by about 3,000 people by 2025, and then only up to about another 1,000 over the next 15 years. I think that our growth plan is extremely aggressive, and we might need to review and discuss the Cloverdale's growth plan that we have in place, because I think it might be too aggressive for our natural resources and our infrastructure that we currently have, considering the fact that we're low on water, we're boosting water bills and water treatment bills, and still running short and asking more of people. It might be something that we need to reconsider in a future meeting.
David, would you like to address that?
Sure, Madam Mayor, and I think this might be an opportunity for Ian, if you could, speak to the population and demand analysis, and how you came up with, how you derived the data that was provided for in that analysis. And I, just want to say that the population data is separate from our general plan. It doesn't necessarily mean or dictate by any means that this council has to support that we're going to grow to that population. It's really based on a population forecast that's provided by the Association of Bay Area Governments and the census data. But Ian, if you could elaborate on that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's well put as an introduction to this. It's definitely important to note that you're not going to be held to the numbers that are presented in this plan. That the most important piece of the urban water management plan is to demonstrate that you have thought about the growth and the water supplies that you would have available to you, and addressing the potential actions that you would need to implement if there was a supply shortfall. In terms of the population that you'll see here, they are from the Association of Bay Area Governments, and unfortunately the most recent data that they have is from 2016, so that does not kind of account for the drought, the little bit of economic downturn. So it's showing, because there was a little bit more stagnant growth, we still have to use kind of their projections. So it's got a bigger jump to kind of catch up to where ABIG had you. And then there's that more consistent growth through 2040. So it's about 1.5%, I think, annually, moving past 2025 with that big spike, just to get you back up to their projection. I believe they are currently working on doing the reprojection, so you'd see something that's going to be a little smoother. But of course, the city has opportunities to, with your general plan and how you want to go about implementing that growth. This is really more of a planning and to show the state that you have thought about your water resources.
Yes, I think the key word here is projection. It's a projection based on statistics, the census, and the Bay Area.
Absolutely. I just see, when I see a 25% growth and then an ask for a 25% cut, it's pretty easy to figure out that it would be a lot smoother for the community that we have if we were not pushing to grow to that amount so fast.
There's no way that we push to place people in Cloverdale, believe me. Okay,
well,
Councilmember.
500 houses on the chopping block, I'd say that we are. So I'm going to stop there because I don't want to get into specifics. I just know that we need to watch our growth.
Thank you. Councilmember Bagby, you had a comment? No, okay. Councilmember Walter, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. David, this question might be for you or Kevin, but Angela Cordova in her public comment mentioned about the growth that's already on the table. Could you share, either one of you, what projects we have already approved? I think there's a misconception out there that projects have been approved when in fact they haven't. So could you just share what's in the pipeline that's already been approved for water hookups?
Yeah, in terms of specific projects that have been approved for water hookups, we need to look carefully at the planning entitlements for projects that have been reviewed by the Planning Commission and Council. The two that come to mind most specifically include the Baumgartner project. Council did approve that project. There are still some final actions for council to take relative to the tentative map. And that would be a more specific action that would provide for completing another step towards requesting connections, but that step hasn't been completed yet. And then the other project for which that has obtained approval by council is a 22 unit project on South Cloverdale Boulevard by the Ledson development. Other than that, I defer to Kevin if you can think of other projects that have been
Cherry Creek.
Yeah, Cherry Creek, and then there's Vista Oaks, which is the one that's on the hill, and I think that is 35 single family homes, which has been approved, but it technically needs one more step in the master design element. So.
And I'm going to take two more comments, and we need to get back to the issue at hand that we need to decide on. So, Councilmember Bagby.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I was just going to mention that the topic before us is the urban water management plan. And what this really does is it's telling our surrounding stakeholders in the state that we have now adjusted for the ABAG projections, worst case scenarios, new technology, where are we now? And it enables us to pass more responsive resolutions and a better way to respond to water emergencies. So I think that there's been a little bit of a misconception. I did read the correspondence and I do understand, the concerns, but this is really a report from the city of Cloverdale to our fellow stakeholders in the state of California. It's clearly, the staff has done a great job, and Ian and his staff have done a great job of ticking the boxes, meeting the deadlines. And I think that what we have here is a tool to then go back and make our guidelines more modern and enables the city to be responsive to current conditions. So I think it's really important that we go ahead and move forward with these two resolutions this evening.
And in addition, it also puts us in a very beneficial situation in terms of being ready to receive any assistance that the government may be able to provide to cities and counties. So it's very important that they see that we are addressing our needs, our situation, and the drought, and that we have been responsive and responsible, and that we have met our goals. Councilmember Walter, you did have a question.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you said, but when we have a public hearing, I like the questions that the public are asking to be answered, even though they may stray a little bit from the topic. So with that being said, I'd like to go ahead and offer a resolution if we're done, Madam Mayor.
And I'd like to second that.
Thank you very much.
The first resolution is a resolution of the Council of the City of Cloverdale adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Bagby.
Aye.
Councilmember Walter.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lance.
Aye.
And Mayor Cruz.
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd also like to offer a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cloverdale adopting the 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan.
I'd like to second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Walter.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lance.
Aye.
Councilmember Bagby.
Aye.
And Mayor Cruz.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this participation and your assistance and answering all the questions, Jose, Mark, and David. Now we'll move on to discussion and consideration of the City of Cloverdale draft budget for fiscal year 21-22.
Madam Mayor, may I make a suggestion that we take a short break before we dive into the budget?
That is appropriate. And could we take, what, 7 minutes?
3 minutes, 5 minutes.
3 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, you let us know when you're ready. We'll go.
We'll go.
All right. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Lands, members of council. The objective of this item tonight is for staff to present the draft fiscal year 2021-2022 budget, or I should really say operating budget, to the City Council. The draft operating budget is for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. Just by way of background, budget goals were discussed by the City Council during the goal setting discussion that was held on March 10th, and an update to the city's long-term financial forecast was presented to the City Council on March 24th. Both of those help inform the discussion tonight. Ultimately, the city's budget does provide the funding to implement the city's goals, legal mandates, programs, priorities, and projects. The budget is intended to be a articulation of the council's goals and desires for our community, and provide the foundation for assuring the long-term fiscal sustainability of the city. A key aspect of that sustainability in our city's fiscal position is the ability to fund its programs and priority projects, and also maintain adequate reserves. Of course, maintaining adequate reserves based on annual expenditures in accordance with reserve levels allows the city continue to operate and fund projects, while also having the flexibility to respond to short-term problems and issues, like the drought that we're experiencing, like the pandemic, and other fire emergencies that we've experienced in the recent years, while providing some breathing room to address some of the long-term fiscal impacts to the city. Tonight, staff's going to present a PowerPoint presentation on the draft budget that will provide an update on major budget funds, with a real focus, of course, on the general fund. Following the presentation, staff is going to recommend that you provide direction to staff on next steps. Some direction or some options for council tonight is, if you feel comfortable with the budget, of course, make any modifications or tweaks or adjustments that you'd like to see, and ultimately bring it back for adoption at your next meeting. Otherwise, we can take council direction and bring it back for further discussion and workshop at your next meeting on June 9th. Ultimately, our goal, the staff's recommendation, is to adopt the budget before the end of this fiscal year, so we have a budget to work from starting July 1st. So with that, we're going to walk through really what was a presentation that was intended for the budget workshop scheduled on May 5th. Unfortunately, due to a lack of quorum, we were unable to give a full in-depth review of the budget. So we're gonna try to walk through this presentation fairly quickly tonight, covering an overview of the next slide. Irene, I'll go ahead and touch on this. A brief update on the local economy. Of course, go through some of an update on major expenditures, look at some of the revenue assumptions and considerations, and certainly the general fund. And then each of our senior department staff are going to provide an overview of key budget items and key budget goals. And then last but not least, we do have some discretionary budgets that we would like to discuss with council that were not included in the budget, but we'd like to get your input, and so that when we do bring it back, it reflects ultimately your perspective on the budget. One additional point before we proceed is, I want to note, this is the first year that we utilized OpenGov. It's a transparency portal to develop and prepare the draft budget. So I think the budget document that you see in your packet is a little different than it has been in past years. But with that said, the entire budget is available online, and it's not only for council, but for members of the community. And it's going to provide the opportunity for our community to see really in real time the expenditures that occur as we move our way through next fiscal year. So staff has put a lot of work into that, and I just want to note because it did result in a little bit of a change in terms of how the budget document itself it looks from past practice. So with that said, go ahead, next slide, Irene. So a little overview of the economy, and because I think and the reason I do this is just so that it provides some context to the budget document and our forecasts for next fiscal year. As council is fully aware, we are still feeling the impacts of the pandemic, and what we're seeing is really an uneven recovery. It's particularly affecting certain sectors of our economy, and this is what's noted here is that the job loss was really concentrated in 5 different industries, particularly our leisure and hospitality industry, are otherwise known as our hotel industry. And you see that impact in our budget, especially with respect to our transit oriented tax, our transit occupancy tax, or TOT tax, excuse me. Next slide. So Sonoma County continues to experience a little bit higher unemployment rate than we had pre-pandemic. This slide reflects we had a unemployment rate in December of 2020 at about 6.4%. We're now at about 6%. So we're still experiencing some unemployment in Sonoma County. But with that said, there does seem to be a lot of job opportunities. But I think in part, folks have left California, have left the region, and we're not seeing those jobs filled as quickly as we have in the past. Next slide. So there's a lot of question about the recovery, and I think across the United States we're actually seeing a fairly robust recovery. But really, the thought and prevailing thought is that we're going to see a more full recovery when the pandemic stops. And of course, there's a lot of positive news relative to declining case rates, increased vaccinations, and kind of a return to normal. And especially in Sonoma County, we expect a little bit more higher growth because of as this slide indicates, the bias towards tourism. And we're certainly seeing an uptick in visitors in Sonoma County. For next calendar year, we're projected increase in personal income is between 5 and 9%, and again, employment growth of between 4 and 6%. Next slide. Just want to give us council a snapshot of our demographics. This is right out of the report for the city prepared by the Economic Development Board. It includes population data, household income data, as well as homes sold. Kind of the note here, the median home price for 2021 in Cloverdale was right around $592,000. I think it's actually ticking up since then. And again, why that's important is because property tax is one of our major revenue sources in our budget. So increasing home values is something that we do see in our budget, and is reflected in property taxes. Of course, household income is also important because it is a driver for sales tax revenue. But as we'll see shortly, there's still a little bit of lag in our sales tax due to some of the decline in retail sales that occurred particularly during the pandemic. Next slide. Just want to touch on this is right out of our sales tax report that we receive quarterly, just highlighting out of every $100 where our sales tax comes from, and also highlights our top 25 sales is called here sales tax remitters, and just acknowledge those 25 companies that provide really the bulk of our sales tax revenue. A large contributor, of course, is our gas and fuel sales from our gas stations, but also our restaurants play a big part in our sales tax. And last but not least, the local construction trade also provides a fairly significant contribution to our sales tax base. And then last but not least, and we've seen it, I think this is one of the first times we've seen it on our top 25 is one of our cannabis businesses, which is shown on the top 25 sales tax remitters. Next slide. This is a forecast summary, again, that's provided by Avenue Insights. Avenue Insights was previously called Muni Services. They track our retail sales tax on a quarterly basis. And this is what we utilize and have historically utilized to provide our revenue forecasts in our budget. Wanted to note that as shown here on this slide, we utilize the conservative projection, which is kind of shown on the bottom there for fiscal year 2021. The kind of midline forecast was that we'd receive about $1,084,000 for fiscal year 22-23, about $1,045,000 for fiscal year 21-22. But the conservative projections are what we utilized in the actual budget document, plus the Bradley Burns or Prop 172 cash, which was the 86,600 as shown here. So, staff doesn't calculate or forecast our retail sales. We really utilize the services of Avenue to derive the retail sales tax number that's included in your budget. So next slide. So a couple of things I just want to touch on that really affect the budget for fiscal year 21-22. Of course, we're talking about it pretty consistently over the last few months is COVID-19 and the shelter-in-place order continues to impact cities' revenues. We're certainly seeing that in our transit occupancy tax, as well as our sales tax figures, and last but not least, some of the charges for services. So that is something that we is reflected in our budget is the impact on some of our revenue sources. This, of course, was addressed in part by the federal government through the American Rescue Plan and the fiscal recovery funding that was approved by both houses and the president. But because we have not received funding yet, and we don't know the actual dollar amount of those relief funds, we have not reflected those funds in the budget. We do anticipate that we'll want to bring that back to council to have a full discussion on how council would like to utilize those fiscal recovery funds in accordance with the Treasury's guidance, which staff is currently combing through and reviewing, and we'll ultimately bring that back. But just really want to note that we have not included those funds within the budget. We didn't want to rely on a number that hasn't been validated yet. And of course, a key aspect to those recovery funds is that they're going to be released in 2 tranches, approximately half of which we expect, anywhere from the next 30 to 60 days. So we'll have a better understanding of what the actual number looks like And then the remaining 50% will come not until next May or June in 2022. So that those are key aspects that we really want to make sure council is aware of is when you're taking a look at this budget. And as it currently, or as I previously indicated, the budget does reflect very conservative sales tax revenue growth, which was recommended by our sales tax consultant. There's a lot going on with what I'll refer to as the Wayfair Act and changes in what we call the Amazon tax that is really creating a modification in the forecast for revenue from retail sales. So that's we wanted to be conservative in our estimates rather than rely on more robust forecasts. Next slide. So I just want to touch on some of the budget goals. Again, I mentioned that we discussed those with council earlier this year on March 10th, and just real quickly we'll cover a couple of those items. Next slide, Irene. So as we discussed at your March 10th meeting, the budget, the current budget really focuses on core activities. What we must do, so mandated services, and also supports a work plan based approach, focusing on specifically the goals set by council within the budget constraints. We made every effort to link budget goals to resources, identifying what we want to accomplish for the community and what resources needed. And I think when we went into the budgeting process, we really our goal was to be conservative and limit expenditures and align resources with available or align services with available resources. And so really what you see for the 21-22 budget is a continuation of that work plan. Just as a reminder, last year before the pandemic hit, council did express an interest in moving to a 2-year budget, and we developed goals around a 2-year budget cycle. Our hope is after completing this fiscal year, we'll be ready and prepared to transition to a 2-year budget, which we think will save a lot of time and also give a longer term fiscal perspective to the community and council. So next slide. So here are really the top budget themes. Is we really continue to respond to the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and seek ways how we can continue to support our community and recover. We're also continuing to look at how we can enhance our revenue, especially from a long-term perspective. Of course, we did take strides to address that with the renewal of the utility user tax. So that was a big objective that we implemented through that measure. We also continue to focus and invest in public safety and emergency preparedness. And of course, we're going to talk a little bit about that tonight and ask council to support some additional investments in emergency preparedness, particularly around our evacuation planning. You also see quite a bit of work happening around the issue of housing and homelessness. And some of that is being guided by funding through the state, but also state mandates in terms of update of the city's housing element, which is underway, or at least it has been initiated. We also have, at least particularly in the current fiscal year, and will continue in the next fiscal year, is investing in infrastructure and technology. We've completed a number of very significant road improvement projects. The signalization project, which we're hoping to wrap up very soon. The Vista View project, the taxiway repaving project at the airport, but also in terms of technology, we invested in overhaul of our server, which will service for a number of years going forward. Investments in OpenGov, as well as agenda management tools, online newsletters, in technology that is going to enable us to be more efficient. And then, last but not least, planning and sustainability. Again, investing in which, next item tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about some sustainability measures that we're going to recommend to council. And council did authorize funding for the South Cloverdale planning area. And of course, we want to continue that effort in seeking to establish what we call a community facility district to help fund and support both development infrastructure in that planning area, but also to fund some of the services that we'd like to see provided in that growing area of the city. So next slide. So these really reflect the budget goal statements that council discussed. And that's something that you may want to, again, those are reflective of the budget themes that we just mentioned. And ultimately this will be part of your budget. But if there's any adjustments or modifications you'd like to make to these goals, that certainly should be part of your conversation discussion. And ultimately the budget that you adopt should reflect your goal statements, so we can clearly tie funding that council is authorizing to meeting the goals set by council. Next slide. All right, so I want to just touch on briefly some of the revenue considerations for the budget. Is shown here, kind of your major revenue sources, which are reflected in the revenue that is going to fund your programs, projects, and priorities. Here you see property taxes is really kind of your major source of revenue. Just short of $3 million is forecast for next fiscal year. It's an increase of just under 2%, or about $56,000 over the current fiscal year. And we've seen a pretty consistent growth in your property taxes, in our property taxes, in approximately about the same amount. And pretty closely ties, not exactly, but pretty closely ties to kind of the rate of growth within the city. So it's not all growth specific, and I think council has asked that question in the past. Some growth in property taxes is just related to the resale, increasing values of property, whereas the other portion is kind of new. When you bring new projects online, it adds to the overall assessed valuation and improves your property tax position. As touched on earlier, sales tax, again, we're using the number that was provided by Avenue or previously Muni Services, of just slightly over $1 million, and that's a little bit less than what we've forecast in the past. On the bright side, we're forecasting much higher cannabis revenue this year than we did in the past. We're estimating $480,000 in Measure P revenue, which is identified in the budget. I think last year it was right around about $100,000. So you've seen an increase there. Measure R, the utility user tax, the revenue from that measure really has not changed much. It's pretty consistent over time, even since it was originally adopted by the voters. Again, that's an important revenue source to help fund, that additional officer and that additional dispatcher in our police department continues to help offset the costs of those positions, but also helps contribute to other general fund expenditures, especially our parks and our streets. Where you see a real impact, particularly from the pandemic, is the impact on our transit occupancy tax. We're only forecasting $125,000 in revenue, and that's almost a third of what we've seen traditionally, which is, it's been more probably in the $375 range, the $380,000 range. It's fluctuated, but that's one area where we continue to see be impacted. Hopefully we've under forecasted it and it's going to perform better. But that's an area where we're seeing some impacts on revenue. Last but not least, I did want to mention that SB1 road maintenance fund, again, that's funded largely through gas tax revenue. We are expecting about $180,000, and it seems to be that particular number seems to be getting adjusted. Unfortunately, it seems to be getting adjusted down. Partly that's a reflection of folks are driving more efficient vehicles. Also during the pandemic, driving less, using less fuel. But on the positive note, we have accumulated a decent fund balance. And of course that we are proposing expenditures this year, which we'll talk a little bit about later, to do an important reconstruction project on 4th Street. Next slide. One of the, I think, most valuable components of your budget is that really provides a kind of a summary glance at all of your funds, is what's referred to as the summary of fund balances. And what this particular summary does provide for council is the estimated fund balance beginning July 1, and then shows both revenue and expenditures, transfers in, transfers out, and then kind of the net position at the end of the next fiscal year. And what this helps you see is kind of what's the trend within each of those funds. Also, what Susie puts a lot of time into is identifying the fund balance percentage. And what's, I think, particularly noteworthy is, while we'll see as we go through this budget that we continue to experience operational deficits in key funds, including our general fund, our water fund, and wastewater fund. We continue to meet our reserve policy, and we've actually with the budget that we're presenting tonight, currently we see a reserve balance in our general fund of about 46.1%. Of course, we're going to present some additional expenditures to council, which may reduce that ultimately, and certainly council can adjust expenditures either by reducing them, or often what happens is increasing them through additional projects or programs. But you'll see, while the reserve policy does set a kind of, the policy of council is really maintaining a 25% reserve policy. Staff really does highly recommend that council keep a reserve in the general fund of, we say 28% in at a minimum, and I look at that as kind of an absolute floor. I would recommend we target somewhere north of 30% as a reserve balance. And what we're starting to see, especially with these fiscal shocks that kind of come unannounced, that we often we may need to rely on these reserves, and to ensure we've got adequate cash in the bank to address any kind of contingencies that may come up, or otherwise impacts to our city finances. So we really want to encourage council to maintain a healthy reserve balance, and ultimately you may want to reflect that in your by updating your policy documents. But next slide. So some things we want to just point out is some of the major expenditure changes to the general fund in the next fiscal year. So we always like to highlight and show, what impact or what increases you see from, salary and benefits. We identify that here that salary and benefits, the overall amount is 2% increase. A big portion of that is related to our pension obligations. We don't have a lot of control over. And then the other part is we really budget all employees at the highest step, even though they may be at a step 4 or step 3. Employees often through the performance review process may increase the steps, so that changes the salary dynamics as you go through the fiscal year. Some additional expenditures that you're seeing this year that you didn't see last year include, of course, the contract with OpenGov. So the annual contract for the maintenance of that, our transparency portal, budget portal is an online building permitting program. It's $52,000. We are proposing to finance a police vehicle. We're trying to be creative in this budget by using some of the reserve funds that council has set aside for police vehicles, while maintaining adequate funds in those in that reserve account should we need, on an emergency basis to replace a vehicle. But we wanted to take a little bit of a burden off of the general fund. Of course, council has discussed the animal control contract. So that's a new expense. We've also got are proposing purchase of a new utility vehicle to replace a very aging vehicle within our public works department. And we continue to have expenses related to our airport and subsidizing that enterprise with general fund. And likewise, that's also true with our streets fund, where you see the road tax that we obtain is insufficient to cover the operational costs of our streets budget. And we could certainly take a bigger look at that if council so desires. Did want to make note of some funding requests that council has a history or past practice of supporting some of our nonprofit organizations. Most notably is our Chamber of Commerce. The funding requests that they've submitted this year is for $75,000. There is a document in your packet that identifies all of the funding requests from all nonprofits, but this really reflects the 4 nonprofits for which that are included in the budget. Some of the other budget requests are I think tied to the American Relief Act, and we'll my recommendation is that we bring those forward as part of council's discussion on how to utilize those funds, since it's really kind of tied to that funding source. Back to the chamber, I think in the supplementary document I indicated that their funding request or their funding agreement for this year was $62,500. That's actually a mistake. That was their previous year funding request. Their current request for this fiscal year was $65,000. So the chamber's request is an increase of $10,000 or about 14% over last year. We also received a request for funding from the senior center in the amount of, I think their total request was for 25, where we included in the budget 15. So council may want to deliberate on what's the appropriate funding level for the senior center. We also identified, given we are been working on our strategic plan for homelessness, we did identify funding in the budget for homeless services. We didn't specify, who or what, but understanding that there may need to be an initiative that's funded. We did identify $10,000 in the budget for that. So that's something council, again, may want to take up. Last but not least is a funding request by the Citrus Fair. And this $5,000, with this current fiscal year is the first time we've provided funding to the Citrus Fair. And it's really in their role as our care and shelter branch of our Emergency Operations Center, and was part of the lessons learned from the Kincaid fire, where there was really a need to help support some of their response effort during the Kincaid fire. This year, they've utilized the full $5,000 to help them be prepared to respond for a future emergency, and recognizing that they're going to have to have signage, they're going to have supplies and other emergency services, and this is really our contribution to help fund that organization for what otherwise they embed a lot of expenses related to responding to a community emergency. So next slide. This is just an overview of general fund expenditures by type. Won't go into detail here. It just these are your major funding categories: salaries and benefits, services and supplies, capital outlay, transfers, and then debt service, just so you can kind of see the trend between the current adopted budget and the proposed budget for next year. Next slide. Very, very similar. This also shows general fund revenues against general fund expenses, so you can see the net gain or loss. One thing to note is that when we adopted the budget last year, when council adopted the budget, we really forecasted a net loss in the general fund of approximately $900,000, and that was largely due to the loss of revenue, of course, related to the pandemic. And also, the structural deficit of expenditures that exceed our revenues. But thankfully, where we ended up is quite a bit less than that. And but likewise, we are again in a situation where we are utilizing or proposing council to utilize reserves to help fund the operational deficit, roughly to the tune of $423,000. With that said, we have seen our, as I indicated earlier, we're presenting a budget currently with a 46% budget reserve. So we seem to, while we come in with a operational deficit, we continue to, council continues to, look at expenditures very carefully, and look at opportunities to save money throughout the year, but also looking at opportunities to increase our revenue sources, and that, of course, usually ends up we've ended up more positive than what the budget document reflects. Next slide. All right. So again, some major items that affect the budget. There's no additional staffing proposed in the budget. There are no cost of living adjustments to staff salaries, which salaries and wages are always a very significant component of the budget. And then last but not least, as I indicated earlier, there's no American Rescue Plan or fiscal recovery plan revenue included in the budget. The preliminary estimate that we received from Treasury was about 1.6 million, again, in two tranches, so roughly 800,000 per allocation. However, word on the street is, and experience is showing that the actual dollar amounts that are coming in are anywhere from about 1 to 10% less than the original estimates. for various reasons. And we have yet to see what the specific allocation is going to be in Treasury funds under this plan. But as soon as we do, we'll want to bring that back to council to have a discussion about how council wants to utilize those funds. But we felt it was a prudent budget strategy to not include that revenue in the budget because it would be kind of a guessing game on what the actual number would be. And ultimately, council needs to decide on how you want to allocate those funds to programs, projects, and priorities, in accordance with the guidance that's been provided by the Treasury. So next slide. Staff took an effort to look carefully at the projects that we are undertaking, particularly our capital projects. And we also heard council talk about some of their priorities. So we took the opportunity to identify utilization of development impact fees to pay for some key projects, and this kind of provides just a summary of some of the funding that we're proposing council support in terms of impact fees. We heard council, for instance, indicate that we'd like to update our Nexus study for development impact fees to really look at making those current. And we have an admin impact fee that is specifically provided for that purpose. So we're recommending in the budget $25,000 from the admin impact fee to prepare a new impact fee study. We don't have a proposal yet, but we will ultimately seek proposals again if council supports this expenditure. And it may be more, maybe less. It's just, we'll get cost proposals for that. But again, that reflects what we heard from council is the desire to update that. We also know there's real interest in what's called the Portland Loo. It's a kind of a public restroom facility, and we're proposing to use Quimby Act funds for that. The proposal in the budget is $175,000, which is intended to cover the full costs, not only purchasing the loo, but also a cost of installation and the necessary engineering work to do that. We also desire to conduct some improvements at City Hall. We're going to talk a little bit about that on the next agenda item. And this is an impact fee fund that we really do need to utilize based on the 5-year timing of the collection. So we've identified use of funds for that. Also, we've identified funding for use of the courtyard for a new Butler building, and then likewise use of public facilities to help pay for and offset the cost of the design work that we'd like to undertake for the seismic stabilization and redo of our police department. But it kind of covers just an overview of use of our impact fees. So next slide. So this is an accounting of our reserve balance. The slide as shown in the table there, the reserve balance projected at the end of fiscal year 21-22. So that, again, that's June 30th of 2022. Is a fund balance of $4,349,000. That fund balance as currently forecast is 46%. And what Susie has prepared for you is, if you desire additional expenditures, what impact that has on your general fund balance. So, for example, if council wanted to spend an additional $750,000, which staff's not prepared with additional expenditures for that, but if you did, that would bring your fund balance down to 36%. Remember, what it does is it increases your expenditures, of course, which means that you have to recalculate your fund balance because the percentage changes as you grow your expenditure. So the first bullet is technically incorrect. It should say 46%, it says 43.4. Again, your minimum fund balance is 25%. As I stated earlier, we recommend a minimum of 28%. And you know, there's kind of a reason why we left it at 36%. We really do support and recommend the council keeping it above 30% just to ensure, you know, as we continue to move our way out of the pandemic and you know, see where council is relative to the American Rescue Plan Fund. So next slide. So just take a moment here to talk about you know, Measure M. So Measure M, for reference, is an add-on to the state sales tax. Measure M gets allocated to us through SCP, and it helps pay for particularly, you know, it's really geared towards our streets and storm drains. We're not identifying any specific projects or capital projects using Measure M funds, but we are proposing to use Measure M funds for the 4th Street reconstruction project, you know, if needed. So, but otherwise, the 4th Street reconstruction project is proposed to be primarily funded through SB1 funds, which again is additional gas tax funds. The good thing about Measure M funds is it's not use it or lose it. So as we accrue more funds in that fund, we can use those for a future, you know, street project. So that's kind of the positive side of Measure M funds. All right, so next slide. So with this said, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take a break, and I'm gonna turn it over to our team. Starting with Chief Ferguson, and each of our department heads are going to kind of walk you through, you know, major update or updates for each of their departments and what impact it has on the budget. So with that, I'll Mayor, if you want, we can take a pause there if the council has any questions, or otherwise continue to proceed, and we'll turn it over to you, Chief Ferguson.
Great. I just lost my notes I had on here. Now I got to try to find them.
Could you wait 1 second, Chief Ferguson? We have a question from Council Member Walter.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. If you're opening questions for David's part of the presentation, I just have a couple. Or did you want to wait until the end?
Maybe we should go ahead and do it now so that we don't get things mixed up.
Thank you. David, just a couple of questions pertaining to sales tax and property tax, and the type of agreement that we have with the county. And I know the answers to these, David, but I just think seeing how we have 22 individuals out in the audience and Lord knows how many on Zoom, it would be a good opportunity from an educational standpoint. Could you share with us the percentage of property tax that we actually receive, the percentage of sales tax, and how the county pays for somebody who does not pay their property tax and collects it from them later? So.
Yeah, all great questions, Councilmember Walter. I'll start with the first. Property tax, and most folks are aware that they pay 1% property taxes, not including any special assessments, of course, which almost all property owners have. And then of that 1%, the portion that's allocated to the city depends on what's referred to as your tax rate allocation area, and in general, in Cloverdale, the percentage of the 1% that goes to the city is, I'll kind of give you a median number, is about 23%. So of the 1% that a resident pays under Prop 13, the city collects about 23%, and it depends. There's a couple different tax rate areas within the city, and it gets very complicated from there on how those were originally established. And so it can be a little bit less or it can be a little bit more, but generally it's low 20%, 23, maybe as high as 27%. So a quarter of the 1%, maybe be a kind of round numbers is what the city receives in terms of property tax allocation. And that's all based on a master tax sharing agreement that was executed by the county and all of the cities in Sonoma County. The largest share of property taxes really gets allocated to the school district and the school and schools in general. So that includes Cloverdale Unified, the superintendent, the county superintendent, and the SRJC or Santa Rosa Junior College. But that's kind of the biggest recipient. The county receives a share, the library receives a share, and special districts like Cloverdale Fire receives a share. So that's kind of property taxes. On sales tax, of course, there's varying rates. Typically 8.25%. And of course, there's the special taxes that get paid to open space district, to the library, to SMART. But the city's allocation is 1%. So of that, 8.25 or 8.5, we get 1%.
So basically, when you're sharing with us the amount of property tax that we receive and the amount of sales per tax that we receive, it's those net numbers that we're talking about, and not the bulk number.
That is correct. That's the amount we actually anticipate receiving. And then the other question you asked, Councilmember, was about what if someone doesn't pay their property taxes? And gratefully, the Sonoma County has adopted what's called the teeter plan. And the teeter plan ensures that the city gets their full allocation of property taxes. So regardless if someone is upside down and the county takes responsibility for that, we get our full allocation. So that's a real benefit to cities that our county participates in the teeter plan.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I would like to go ahead and so that people don't get overwhelmed with so much information, to see if there are any questions regarding your presentation, David, before we go to the chief. Do we have any questions, Irene?
No hands are raised. Oh, wait.
And Madam Mayor, members of council, I apologize. I know that I went fast. There's a lot to cover, and normally we spend almost a full day on this. So I just wanted to move as quickly as I could through this. So happy to cover this in any more detail that council likes.
Thank you. Do we have some hands raised, Irene?
Yes, we have one from Renee.
Yes, I had a question about the streets fund, David. You had the Measure M. I know on social media, I saw one of our senior citizens that's newer to town was commenting on the condition of a number of streets in town, that they looked really bad and kind of leaves an impression with visitors that come to see him. And a lot of people wrote in for their particular streets. So is there money in the budget over and above 4th Street?
And so I'll ask our finance director for a little assistance on this question. There really are there's Measure M funds that's the allocation through the additional sales tax, and then there's the gas tax, and unfortunately we don't receive adequate gas tax revenue, and I think it's something that all cities experience, where the revenue received barely covers the well, it doesn't cover the operational expenses of, maintaining, what we have. So it's a real challenge for us to address that specific issue. That's an issue that I know our council has deliberated on a number of times. Is how do we fund these road maintenance? And generally, what we've seen that communities have done that is through special taxes. And I know that's not a fun. I don't enjoy saying that, but or other special financing mechanisms. And I know our council has expressed interest in looking at those alternatives. But Susie, if maybe you can touch on the streets fund a little bit and measure him.
Sure. I mean, as you could see, we're expected to receive $180,000 this year, and that doesn't do a whole lot of street repair. So we kind of have to save up and then try to do one project at a time, and that's pretty much how the budget has been working. But David's right. If we did go out for a sales tax measure or something like that, that would get us more money quickly to be able to fix them. But right now, we're just using the money that we have, and we even do like, well, let's take some from here and some from here and some from here, and try to make a project.
And I think it's important that people understand the cost involved in repairing any street. It's not just 25,000 here or 50,000. It goes into the big numbers. And perhaps to put some of that into perspective might help the public understand the cost of repairing streets. So should someone comment on this, either David or Mark?
Maybe Mark could tell how much 4th Street is going to cost, and that'll give you a good indicator.
Right. So 4th Street, depending on the length of the project and depending on whether we're just doing surface treatment or actually full depth recovery. For 4th Street, we're doing full depth. That invokes a lot of other improvements, including it may be the sidewalk, curb and gutter, etc. So depending on the condition of the street, but the condition of 4th Street, which is a top priority project. And we're talking about from the Vineyard to, I believe, Jefferson. So we're talking a 2-block stretch. We're looking at $400,000 to $500,000 just to get that done. And so you could see accumulating $125,000 to $150,000 a year. We have to wait several years between projects before we can, accomplish anything significant. Otherwise, we're just patching and repairing what we have and trying to maintain it so it doesn't deteriorate any further. And at some point, the pavement is just too far gone to even attempt to resurface. At that point, it's a full depth recovery.
It just for the streets, like especially for the main corridors through town, impression of people that come here as tourists and visitors, as well as people that are on them every day, that some of the streets are really bad if you're in your automobile, the impact. But I'm mostly thinking about, 1st Street, and then again, people listed off probably 20 different streets that have issues in town. So it seems like it's something we should look at the budget for the future to fit that in, even though it's a costly thing, to see what we can do to address that.
I agree. It is a costly thing. The streets are every 3 years we do go out, we survey them, we grade them, and then the ones with the worst grades rise to the top. Those reports are published; they're publicly available. So that kind of sets our priorities. Systematic, review of the pavements. In terms of funding it, we're going to have to think about something a little bit more than what the gas tax offers. And I know a lot of cities that I've worked in, they have floated bonds just to address the street and the conditions of their streets. So something to chew on, but that's definitely not the subject matter at this point.
Okay, helpful to know that you have it posted. So I'll definitely probably be in touch to find out where you got the streets posted that are being looked at.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bagby, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, before we get into any deliberations or get any farther, it just occurred to me that since this is the first full meeting or that you're serving as mayor, I need to bring to your attention that we have any discussion about, it's on page 94 of the packet, increasing funding requests. I need to recuse myself on the senior center matter because they are a client. So if we could just take that matter separately when we're starting to talk about, if we do have a discussion tonight about the community funding request, I'd ask that you take it first. I'll go offline and then you can tell me when I can come back to the meeting. But I wanted to make sure to remind you to do that before we get any farther into this topic tonight.
Yeah, I was aware of it. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so no other hands? If there are no other hands, we'll bring it back for Chief Ferguson. Irene?
No other hands, so you're on, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As you know, probably already know, the police department consists of 4 separate budgets, which are identified here on the slide. I think it's important to briefly touch on a few key points of each of those for those who aren't really familiar and to get a better understanding of how this 4-budget process works. So police administration, consisting of 4 full-time employees, includes the chief, the lieutenant, and the 2 sergeants. So all of the line items found in 100-301, such as training, overtime, vehicle maintenance, and supplies, is relative to the operating costs for just the 4 employees. Similarly, the police operations consists of 9.55 full-time employees, which includes 9 patrol officers and 1 reserve officer. And all the line items in 302, such as I mentioned above, training, overtime, and maintenance, is relative to operating costs for just the 9 employees that make up the patrol division. Communications, consisting of 7 full-time employees, includes the 6 dispatchers and 1 technical services manager. In addition to their training, supplies, and other common budget line items found in 301 and 302, this budget also includes services regulated by the government, such as the Department of Justice fingerprints, Department of Justice CLETS lines, and records incident management systems, as well as IT support for the dispatch center. Police auxiliary is probably the smallest of the 4 budgets with 1.59 full-time employees, which consists of our community service officer and a crossing guard. This budget includes very much the same as it relates to training, vehicle maintenance, supplies, but it also includes special programs such as our DARE program that we use in the school. Together, combined with salaries and benefits for all employees, the operating cost for the police department is estimated at $4.7 million for fiscal year 21-22. Next slide, please. So a few of these David kind of touched on, but I'm going to briefly go over a little bits of it as well. I do want to clarify first and foremost that the first line that talks about patrol and dispatch at full staff, 13 sworn. I want to clarify that fully staffed means that we have no vacancies and all budgeted positions are filled. However, it does not mean we are operating at full staffing levels. Currently, we have 1 officer out on a medical related issue, and we expect another to be out anytime now due to a birth of a child. So these absences do create challenges from a staffing standpoint, and it's really what drives, these types of things drives our overtime increases that we see annually. So outside services, this is one as an ongoing budget line item dating back to 2019. There is an MOU that currently exists with the Sheriff's Office for investigative services. And although we haven't utilized these funds to date, the purpose of this the purpose of this service is for cases that reach beyond our capabilities, whether that be through available resources or investigative experience. We would utilize that if those needs came up. Taser and body camera purchase. The department was due for new tasers to replace the aging devices that we currently have. Council did agree to this 5-year contract, and what you see on the slide is the expense for year number 1. The biggest benefit to this program, of course, is the training aspect included in the contract. Use of force, of course, is high on the radar across the nation, and our training standards play a huge part in that. And this program provides us with an enormous amount of training opportunities, lifestyle training. They provide a lot of practice training cartridges. They provide a bodysuit to be able to do live practical scenarios. And also, when we activate these devices, it automatically activates our body cameras, which is hugely beneficial when we talk about transparency. So there's not going to be a way that somebody can forget to activate a camera once these are put into use. North Bay Animal Control Services, this is probably very familiar since we just brought this up recently. And this was brought forth to council in response to community concerns on vicious dogs at large and enforcement challenges. There were several options presented, and council chose the 4-year contract for full animal control services, with year 1 represented here at the $27,436 mark. This contract is currently under review by the city attorney and will be brought forward to council once it's completed. New police vehicle, David touched on this. This is something that we are seeking to try to do on an annual basis to replace our aging vehicle fleet. There are concerns for the cost associated with continued maintenance on these vehicles with high mileage, addition to the officer safety concerns that come along with that. Police station facility improvement project design phase. This might be familiar to some. We originally brought forth a proposal to upgrade the current facility since it's, we're going to be here for a while. We looked at a 4-phase approach to do the upstairs patrol lobby, build an interview room, a fitness equipment center. And unfortunately, due to the age of the building and some concerns surrounding any type of improvements, we had to change course and look at retrofitting the building first and foremost to make it earthquake proof, and also touch on some ADA upgrade requirements. That's currently where we are at with this particular project. And it's merely in the design phase, awaiting a scope of work from a structural engineer. The relocation of a repeater site, although this is not found in the fiscal year budget in 21-22, this project has been on the radar since I arrived here in Cloverdale. There is a concern, of course, for the city's interoperability. Currently, right now, we have a very small generator and switch at our repeater site. It does require attention and maintenance about every 2 or 3 hours during an emergency. It's not the most convenient situation. And as we move forward, we may need to look at this again, as it is very critical in the overall plan to ensure a sustainable infrastructure. Next slide, please. Clove Ready. So I'm going to briefly touch on this. This really has a lot to do with our emergency preparedness, which we've been talking about, focusing a lot on the evacuation plan. As we know, Cloverdale PD, we're in the process of strengthening the emergency preparedness plan for the city. I've preached a lot about the importance of emergency preparedness. I think you all know that we upgraded the emergency operations plan and we created evacuation maps with zones and boundaries. However, it's simply not good enough to develop an evacuation map and simply say we did it and expect everybody to understand it, know it, and follow it. We have yet to build the plan around it to get the messaging out. This is why the department participated in the creation of Cloverdale Wildfire Community Evacuation Plan, or also known as Clover Ready. The idea behind Clover Ready is to implement a comprehensive outreach plan to ensure that every single resident, regardless of their race, age, health, mobility, socioeconomic condition, or primary language, has a strong understanding of the steps that they can take before and during a mandatory evacuation or emergency. But this cannot be done by any single person. And it's certainly not going to get the message out by merely posting it to social media sites. The goal of Cloverdale Ready is to secure a vendor working with resilient Cloverdale community leadership to craft an outreach strategy focusing on awareness, preparedness, and activation that will include direct mail, door-to-door engagement, and visibility at local events such as Friday Night Live, National Night Out, Citrus Fair, and the car show. Currently, there's $20,000 set aside for the budget for Resilient Cloverdale initiative. However, there may be a need to seek additional funding for signage, banners, pamphlets, mailers, and other outreach strategies, working with a vendor that we can come up with.
Chief, if I can, just to add, I think, Chief speaks from a position of experience and, the effort it takes to evacuate a community because of wildfire. And certainly you don't want to fear, face a decision on fear. But I think the concern is certainly real. We've been largely spared from the impacts of a wildfire. And when I say impacts, direct impact on our community. And we highly recommend the council consider whether to support additional funding for this initiative. We think it really does need a fairly robust PR campaign, and it's not just for residents, it's for businesses, and really our entire community. No matter where you are, you need to evacuate in a moment's notice. That the appropriate way to safely be able to get your belongings and get out of harm's way. And we've seen the impacts in communities where they didn't do the necessary preparation, and so we really think this is an important effort for council to consider. And part of that is really embodying the emergency preparedness and building on that investment. And we think it's just really important effort to engage in for the community's health and safety. So I just want to echo Chief's concern here, the need for funding for this initiative, and we think it could be really valuable. Thanks, Chief.
So unless anybody has any questions, that was the end of my presentation.
Bring it to council. Any questions immediately? Otherwise, I'll open to the public. Irene? There's a hand up.
Madam Mayor, that's me. I have one quick question. How much overtime do you guys have right now, or how strapped are you with the current staffing with your officers on the street? How many hours are they doing? How much time are they putting in, like on average per week?
So let me start with the part about overtime. Again, so we're broken into 4 budgets. So we did get a sergeant back, which would have been out of the 301, and we did get a dispatcher back, who were both out for extended periods of time. So the department did a much better job in the overtime standpoint. COVID came around, we had stay-at-home orders, right? So a lot of vacation times, a lot of things we would have to make staffing, bring in staffing to cover training, especially training, went away during COVID. So you'll see a substantial change, particularly in the patrol division in 302. So there is overtime available, but that being said, we are now gearing up and preparing to back staff for these vacancies now due to the illness in the officer who's going to be going out on the leave for the baby. So we're going to have to backfill for those, but then we also still have to consider the training and the vacations from others who are still here. So we'll probably see an increase in that very shortly. Did that answer your question okay?
It did. I'm just always trying to think ahead with this stuff because I know about the injury rates and things along when they start working the overtime. So I want to make sure.
And we have to think about burnout when it comes to this too. We can have all the overtime in the world, but we also have to consider their health and well-being and burnout. And that's.
We all need to take vacation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, I did see Angela's hand up. Angela, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I just had a question. I didn't see, or maybe I missed it in your budget review. Is there a plan for a canine unit? Or if I remember correctly, the canine unit we had was close to retirement possibly, or something of that sort with, all the amount of crime that we've had lately. And I don't anticipate it going away. Is there a budget for us to retain the canine unit?
All right, so I'll answer the first part of that. We do currently have Jimmy, who is our canine. However, we are set to retire Jimmy very soon. We anticipated that happening when we received our newest police vehicle, which is not a canine vehicle, which is assigned to John Camara, our canine officer. So we will be retiring Jimmy. Jimmy has done a wonderful service for this department for the last 8 years, working alongside John. But he's also starting to age and starting to have some medical issues. And we want to make sure the health of Jimmy takes precedence here over trying to keep him in service. To answer the second part of your question, we did not seek that into the budget for the 21-22. Right now, I am suspending the program, not completely getting rid of it, just suspending it for the time being. We'll relook at it again down the road, but most likely not anytime soon. So hopefully that answers your questions, Angela.
Is Officer Kamara the only officer trained for canine handling?
Yes.
Okay. Will there be consideration for another officer to possibly get that training and consideration for another canine unit?
Yes, just like the opportunities for anybody under any position that's open up. I do not select, I test and give everybody who's qualified the opportunity. We take the best suited candidate for the position. That's exactly how it'll work if canine comes around again.
Thank you, Chief. I think it's important that our community at least has one canine unit. I know we're a very small community, but with all the crap going on, I think it would be beneficial to find a way to keep that in our budget and get another dog and possibly train another handler. I'm not sure, but I think you're very capable of making that decision, and I think you would have a lot of community support with that. I appreciate you taking the time to answer that.
You're welcome.
Any other hands, Irene?
No other hands, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll bring it back to Planning Department.
Okay, that's me, Kevin, the Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director. We do have 3 budgets in the Planning Department. You can see Planning Commission, which they get a stipend for each meeting that they attend. Current planning and long range planning. There's one other thing though, is also the building department, which some of our initiatives involve the building department as well. Next slide, please. Some of the budget initiatives that I'm going to talk about are already underway, and we're well into them, but they are going to be stretching into the next fiscal year, namely, particularly the implementation of OpenGov for building permits online, which is something that we've been talking about for a long time and is actually happening, and it's really exciting. It's actually live right now. You could get a building permit online, but we're not promoting it too much just yet because there's been some bugs that we've been working through. And I think we're getting really close. And once we are really comfortable with it, then we're going to really do a sort of a promotional piece to let the contractors and homeowners in town that's available. Well, with that initiative is also our scanning of the documents. That was budgeted last year. The current status of that is the company has picked them up. They've taken them to their Bay Area facility and are in the process of scanning them. And again, the thought here is that when you go on our website and you look up your address, you're going to get a building permit history pop up. And so it really will save on staff time, because we do get calls from realtors and others, people interested in buying homes and trying to understand the history. So I think we're covered for budget on that, but it is still quite a time commitment. $25,000 for updating our building permit fee, which is super old and really needs to happen. And I'm committed to making that happen in this next fiscal year. We've put aside $25,000 based on an informal scope that we received. Likewise, $25,000 for development impact fees. The council has mentioned that we need to make sure that the fees are properly covering what the impacts are of development. And so we're going to do an initiative to update that, and it's called a Nexus study with $25,000 for that one. Excuse me. Implementation of our SB2. This is our downtown zoning and TOD zoning. This is fully grant funded. It is a staff commitment. We've made some progress. We've had a presentation at the Planning Commission, and we're planning a workshop probably in July for the Council and Planning Commission to attend. The housing element, David mentioned this earlier. I mean, this is really something that is mandated by the state, and we have to do every 5 years. I mean, the good news about this year is the state is actually providing money to the tune of about $75,000. We've put $20,000 from general fund just to cover the RFP for this, or request for proposals, is going to go out this week. It's on our website. So we will send it out to interested consultants. I mean, there's a chance that if it comes back at what the state is providing to us, we won't need any general fund, but we're just anticipating that we might need a little bit. So it is mandated, but they are providing some funding. Next slide, please. David also mentioned this one. It's the South Cloverdale plan. This is our infrastructure analysis. This is where a lot of interest in developing and annexing into town is occurring. In the past, we've had projects and we've had difficulty understanding what the infrastructure needs were. And that was the point of this study. This was budgeted in actually two budgets ago. And at this point, we have a draft. So the cost there is not reflected in the proposed budget now. It's already a project that's been finishing up. But the phase 2 is reflected in this budget, which is the rate and apportionment study, which is we're going to have a consultant take a look at what the infrastructure needs are down there and divide that amongst all the land down there and come to a cost that would cover the cost of putting that. And that's the simplest way that I can describe it. But the second phase, and we've been talking about this for a couple of years, really is figuring out how much each developer down there will pay. And it'll probably be like a per acre or depending on the use that they're proposing, how much they're going to pay into our assessment district to pay for sewer, water, lights, all those things. We do have cost unknown, but we have put some money in the budget. I believe it's $25,000 we've put in, but that isn't based on an actual scope. So we may need to up that, or that may cover it, and we may be able to recapture some of those costs through the assessment district as well. Next slide. Okay, Mark.
Well, are there any questions for the planning guru?
Mine's never very exciting, but I'm okay with that.
Anybody on the table? Yes, Councilmember Bagby.
Yeah, we shouldn't really let this pass, unacknowledged. I think Kevin's done a great job this year of bringing us from like 1995 into actually 2021 with all the technology and services. This is really a breath of fresh air. So thanks for all your hard work, and just the digitizing of all those files and having them be searchable and online. It's just such a leap forward. It'll take up so much, it's going to free up so much space in our facilities. And so I think it's really a job well done. It's a lot of probably 20 years of deferred maintenance. You've really brought us up to date. So thanks for all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Any members of the public? I think we're going to need a little workshop on how to use UniGov. So maybe it's something that we need to add at some point in one of the future meetings, so people understand where to click and what information is definitely available.
Actually, can I ask a question on that? Kevin, does the company have any online videos or any kind of materials that we can post on our website to help people make it easier?
Yeah, they definitely do. I would say that the building permit interface is really simple. And hats off to Coastline Engineering for really diving in and making it, their knowledge of our building permit process is unprecedented, really, and no one knows as much, and they've spent a lot of time to really working with them. So, and they do have videos and all that, and the idea would be to have the computer in the lobby available so that if someone did need some help, we can help them get through the process. But there's also videos available.
And Mayor and Council, would like to offer you the opportunity, if you'd like, our finance director, Susie, her and her team have spent a lot of time getting the transparency portal ready to go. If you like, she can preview that for you. In that is something that is available to the community. Ultimately, it's going to be available for the community to see real-time expenditure data, real-time revenue data, as soon as it's entered into our CRM program. So if you like, you just let us know. And I think Susie, if you're ready, she can share a screen and just kind of show you what that portal is going to look like. But that's up to you, Mayor, if you're ready now, if you want to see it.
You're muted.
Oh, we have many things to go, and it's 9 o'clock. So, Susie, maybe in the next one, that'll be one of the first things to do.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so is it your turn, Mark?
Indeed it is, Mayor, council members. So let me just highlight some of the projects for Public Works. These are typically just ongoing routine works, nothing in terms of infrastructure per se. But sewer collection, smoke test. Yeah, our sewers have a smoking problem, so we give them a smoke once in a while. Just being facetious here, I'm going stir crazy here, but the smoke test is to identify possible leak locations or illegal connections to our sewers. We do this so that we can control the inflow so that our sewer treatment, our wastewater treatment plant does not see the spikes when it rains. And God knows it hasn't rained lately, so we haven't seen those spikes, but nonetheless, we still go out and do the smoke test to review the tightness of the sewer to make sure it's not getting any extraneous flows other than sewage. 4th Street reconstruction, we kind of talked about that. It's funded from the gas tax. And again, these are very expensive projects. You'll see one pop up every 3 or 4 or 5 years, depending on how expensive these projects become. And we can borrow ahead on the fund, I believe up to 3 years, but it's still, that just kind of covers what construction costs could be. Wastewater treatment plant pond sludge removal. I brought this before council already. This is coming out of the wastewater fund, of course, and it's to remove the solids that have been deposited at the bottom of the ponds. It's time to clean the pond and truck that stuff, dewater it, and truck it off into a certified facility. Cherry Creek Reservoir Design Alternative. Yeah, we've been reviewing the site, and the site's a little tight. We're still trying to review what those alternatives will be. But it looks like at this point, a second tank at the same site may not be feasible. But let's not discard that. Yeah, let's just work our way through it. But we should be getting that report finalized here shortly. And then once we get into its feasibility, if the site is feasible, what kind of facility do we put there to replace the old tank? Digital mapping of city utilities. We started this project a while back, and we continue to use GPS system to pinpoint our utilities, water, wastewater, stormwater throughout the city. And we're getting our maps digitized basically. Right now we're using map books, back from talk about old technology. We're talking about 1940s, 1950s type stuff where We just use map books, flip to the page, and kind of approximate where you think the utilities are. By digitizing it, we'll have a much more accurate record, and we can put it on a database, a geo database that would be accessible to not only ourselves, but anyone who wants, contractor who wants to dig in a location will be able to look those utilities up much faster when they do a dig ticket with the USA Underground Service Agency. New court building at the courtyard. Yeah, that one's a tough one. We're working our way through it right now. We're looking at other alternatives because the building that we had identified as a possibility was a little bit too rich for the budget. So we're rethinking that one, and we'll be coming back with a better alternative that fits the budget. Acquisition of Lido Ranch. I can thank Councilmember Bagby for this one, but this one is there's currently a ranch that borders the city. And it's a wonderful space that could possibly be an open space, open to the public with trails and whatnot. And so we're working with the county on this, on possible acquisition, but at this point, it's still just a concept. But we do need to put a little bit of money into it to start reviewing the property and its worth. The transfer pumps, again, these are things ongoing replacement of the transfer pumps. It's been budgeted and funded, and these are costly little devils, but they need to be replaced because they're getting up to their mechanical limits. Likewise with the effluent pump at the same water treatment plant. So likewise, a mechanical system, limited term life, we need to replace it. We don't need to wait till it fails. Then we're in bigger trouble. Next slide, please. Oh, that's it. Ta-da, we're done.
Mayor, and Council, that concludes our PowerPoint, which is kind of a big picture overview of the budget. Of course, there's a tremendous amount of details in each of the funds, and at this point, we just want to do a check-in with Council. There are again some outstanding questions around the nonprofit funding requests, and also the amount of funding that Council may or may not want to allocate for some expenditures that aren't included in the budget. We brought up a few.
David, excuse me. We need to see if anybody in the public has any questions to City Engineer.
Got it.
Before we go. Any questions, Irene? Any hands?
Just making sure, no hands.
Okay. Thank you. We'll continue.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So some discretionary items that I wanted to bring to Council's attention that aren't reflected in the budget that have become, I think, worth consideration because I think there's some priority issues that Council may want to allocate funding for. Chief Ferguson already mentioned Clover-Ready. Again, we have $20,000 in the budget. Council may want to allocate additional funding to that initiative to ensure, we're ready to go. Timing is kind of the essence with, being able to move forward quickly. And we want to be, of course, completely transparent with the initiative and, but we don't want to have a delay in trying to execute that campaign. Another very important and significant issue that has arisen is the need for more robust vegetation management, particularly at the Porterfield Creek open space. Since we developed the budget, staff did prepare a funding application to CAL FIRE for $150,000 to fund vegetation management at Porterfield Creek. We've got a number of residents who have expressed concern about the urgency to, especially on the northeast perimeter, nearest residential development, to do some real, significant vegetation management activities. We did obtain a proposal from working with Cloverdale Fire and in particular Geyserville Fire, because they have a vegetation management crew that is staffed up. The cost of which is about $30,000, and so I'd like to ask council to support putting $30,000 in a minimum in the really I think probably the appropriate location would be in the parks budget for us to be able to engage with our fire districts to help fund some of that more robust vegetation management activities. And if you wanted to allocate more, of course, we'll be very careful with utilization of the funds to seek additional resources. I know we were on the river today with staff from the state board and Fish and Wildlife, Vice Mayor Lands and Mayor Cruz, trying to, and we're going to get some resources very likely through the county to do some veg management there. But there's also the opportunity for us to seek some other alternatives, including either staff, additional staffing, or there's I think some opportunities to look at utilizing natural methods like the goat crew, and of course it does come it comes with an expense, but it can really help get high grasses and other vegetation down. I think we're also hearing from the community a real desire for enhanced and additional communications. And while I feel like we've made strides in improving how we communicate it, I continue to hear that the community wants to know more and wants more information. I think maybe the best way to really look at that would be to develop a communication plan. The question is whether if council wants to support that, which would identify, what are the specific tools of how we conduct public outreach in general, provide information to the community, and overall how we communicate. And I have polled other city managers. They've addressed this through different methods, including hiring a staff person that's dedicated to that effort. And of course, we're not proposing new staff. You can hire like professional PR firms to help you, or again, maybe developing a plan where council gets in the community has an opportunity to provide more input on what are the ways in which you want your city to communicate with them, and to hear from them on what kind of communication they'd like to see, whether it's via social media, whether it's door hangers, whether more printed materials, and again, it all comes with an expense, so that'd be something to consider. And I think I have to double check because we identified the need, as Kevin alluded to, the rate and apportionment study. And again, that's an important legal requirement to establish the CFD to fund infrastructure and long-term maintenance costs in the Southwest planning area. And I think we would need to just ensure that we've got adequate budget resources in the budget for that effort. So just in recap, Clover Ready is a discretionary expense. They may want to add to whether council wants to do a communication planning effort. The vegetation management at Porterfield Creek open space and possibly other areas of the city, and then the rate and apportionment study. So kind of four initiatives there. Of course, if council wants to allocate funding, it will reduce your fund balance. But I do think it's integral to all of those efforts are integral to addressing what are some of the key priorities for our community, especially on the readiness side, and mitigating impacts of wildfire.
Well, thank you, David. It's all very important, and we will open to council to discuss some of this. And I want to appreciate, I want to express my open appreciation for Vice Mayor Lance in coordinating today's meeting and everybody's participation in walking the river. It's important that the community understands that there are certain areas that are county and we cannot control that, but that we are also considering funding that's coming from the county to be directed towards the needs that are in the borders with the Cloverdale jurisdiction. So Councilmember Walter, you have a comment or a question.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two in particular. One is to give my support to better communication with the community. And I know the city manager and I discussed last year when I was the mayor about doing some print communication with Cloverdale Connect. And it was just a little cost prohibitive, but I'm not so sure that we couldn't circle back and take a look at that, maybe not every month, every other month, just an insert of a whole page on what's happening with the city, a recap of all of the newsletters that David does, just to get it out there a little more. And then the second one was, I think it was last week, I met with City Manager Kelly and Assistant City Manager Thompson and Hector, and we went out to 2nd Street Park, and I think we found a location for a dog park that would be very suitable. And it's right next to the Scout Cabin. And I think staff was in favor of pursuing it. So I'd like to recommend that we bring that down to the Public Works Subcommittee and maybe allocate $15,000 in the budget for a potential dog park. That's all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, Mayor, if I can just elaborate on Councilmember Walter's comment. I just want to note, I think what we were looking at in terms of 2nd Street Park was, the term I utilized was a dog run. So I just want to first establishment of a dog park, which largely consisted of fencing an area that's relatively underutilized, with a gate and a water fountain, and part of our pathway work at a low cost, and so it doesn't preclude at some point in the future developing other things that we want to see in accordance with the master plan, but having the opportunity to utilize the space where, again, someone could take their dog and or their pet and allow them to run around and be off leash. So I think just to clarify what Councilmember Walter was asking, versus a more formal, dedicated dog park.
Well, I think this is something that still needs to be, discussed, and we cannot allocate money for something that we haven't, really come to terms with at this point. So I think perhaps something to revise in a few months. But anyway,
Madam Mayor, with all due respect, I'm just asking for a placeholder of about 15,000, not a firm commitment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank David and Gus both, because you guys have already said 90% of what I'm going to say regarding communications. I was thinking the same thing with Cloverdale Connect, and I think I brought it up about a week ago to David Kelly. That seems to be the topic that I hear all day long, is the lack of transparency and communication since I've been here. So I think that we have this amazing resource in town that reaches out to just about every single person in town, especially the new ones as they come in. And that is our Chamber of Commerce. And I think that they're an underutilized resource that we might want to look at adding to their budget to find ways to communicate better with those that don't get on social media or look at our website every day.
Thank you. it seems like all of us have bombarded David with this communication thing, because I also had a very long conversation with him today about that. I want to go ahead and open it to the public, and I see that there are a couple of hands up. I think I saw Nina.
Okay, no.
Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I just wanted to say communication is always the key. Always, always, always. We can help promote the city's message. We can make it high tech and high touch. And we do it all the time. And that's kind of what we do. So, yeah, let's go there. Done.
Thank you, Nina. Any other hands in the public?
Yes, I believe Angela had her hand raised.
Okay, Nina, you can mute yourself, and Angela will be on. Angela, you need to unmute yourself. Angela, you're muted.
It says the host muted me. Is it working now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. David, back to the tax discussion. I just had a question about where the cannabis tax is spent. I believe it was supposed to be spent on education and prevention. Also, circling back to the chief, I did forget to ask you about, and also city council, about funding for a school resource officer, maybe through the cannabis tax. I think they are, what, 380,000 higher than anticipated. So those are just a couple of things that I forgot to mention to in the meeting this evening. So if we could maybe discuss that, or if you can get that information and maybe have it for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thanks. David or Susie, you want to address the issue of cannabis tax?
Mayor, happy to address the cannabis tax, which we refer to as Measure P, is considered general fund revenue, so it can be utilized for all purposes related to the general expenditures of the city. In the recent past, the funds have been, at least in spirit, utilized to fund police department activities and projects. For instance, our was indicated to be utilizing Measure P revenue, but there is a perspective that it should be used for education purposes, and I think where that derives from was when council approved the request for proposals for dispensaries. There was an obligation for the dispensaries to conduct community outreach, and particularly do education to our youth community on some of the impacts of cannabis consumption. And I think that's where the connection to education is relative to cannabis. With that said, because they are general fund revenue, because it is considered a general fund revenue source, it's at the council's discretion on how you want to, you want to allocate funding towards a specific initiative and say in spirit that you're utilizing that the Measure P revenue for that purpose.
Well, since a lot of money goes to the police department, can they integrate that in their programming?
I mean, we'd have to look at that. I mean, it's not something that the police department has taken on as an initiative. As cannabis education campaign. The focus and what we're asking for in the budget is a campaign to address emergency preparedness and readiness. To initiate a campaign for around cannabis, I think would necessitate additional funding for that effort beyond what's identified currently. Again, it'd be very similar to a readiness campaign. It would be print materials, educational materials.
Well, there will be an opportunity. That will be an opportunity for integrating readiness, prevention, and communication to the community on a variety of issues. So somehow the communication plan could include some of that. I mean, a lot of the money went for the mule too. So, we have to diversify the use of the money. Now, Councilmember Walter, you had a question.
Actually, I forgot to put my hand down, so I have no more questions. Thank you.
All right, making sure. Okay, so where should we go from here? Since we already have our questions and what's the next item here? Do we want to go ahead and discuss some of the nonprofit requests? And if so, I would like to do so for the senior center so that Melanie can excuse herself until we finish with that discussion.
I can support that funding request.
So are we going to take it one item at a time?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself now. And then can you just let me know when I can come back?
Okay, Irene, you'll do that. I support that funding. However, I do have an issue with senior center staffing asking for $50,000. It is not the position of the council to support staffing needs for any organizations. So I don't know if this is going to be establishing a precedent for us to pay for staffing for nonprofits. So I would like to hear what Gus and Todd have to say about this. I don't have a problem with the Association of Community Collaboration. I don't have a problem with senior center programs. However, I do see here also that there's some assistance. Let's see. No, this is fine because we're assisting with 211. But I have an issue with the senior staffing funding.
And Mayor, if I can, I just forwarded to our city clerk the funding request by the senior center. And my recommendation would be once Irene receives it, that she share screen so council can review the specifics of the funding request, if that's okay with you, Madam Mayor.
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay. And Irene, if you can, I realize it's 194. If you can maybe shrink it down, and we can.
Mike, it looks great on my screen.
Yeah, it looks fine here too.
Okay, there we go. So the total funding request by the senior center, as seen here on the page, is 25,000. Which includes 15 for staffing, 5 for programming, and then 5 for associations and community collaboration work. I think the latter is in regards to some of the work they're doing with Health Action, and also the related to SOS counseling, and work with other nonprofits that are providing services within the community. And then there is the $5,000 for programming, which is something they're trying to provide, particularly for food insecurity. And then I think as you mentioned, Madam Mayor, the $15,000 for staffing. So I just want to make sure council was kind of aware of the breakdown that they were asking for in terms of funding from the city.
And I would like to go ahead and ask Gus, who is the most senior here. Is there any precedence?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Usually in the past, we've never funded positions. Programs that benefit the city, we do fund. But staffing is a new area for us. I don't recall ever doing that. I have no problem with the programs and the other 5 for the community collaboration work that they're doing, but 15 for salaries, I really can't get behind that.
No, I can't support that either. Todd?
I would have to agree, except I don't have any precedence, so I don't know if this is something that's been done in the past. So I'm listening to Gus, and I appreciate your comments on that. I wouldn't support the staffing. It should go directly towards Cloverdale. So the 15,000 would be out.
In the past, it's always been like with the chamber. Here's something that you're going to do for us, and here's the price tag. And that's the way we do it. We don't fund Nina's position. In the past, we've been asked to, previous chamber executives, we've been asked to fund it, and we've had to turn that down. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you very much, because that is my thought. The staffing is not something that the city can support. I mean, we're having our own staffing issues, and programming. We're most grateful to the senior center, and most grateful to their presence and their response to all the needs that came about because of COVID. And we are more than happy to support programs such as food insecurity task force outreach. The same thing with Familia Sana and reaching out to Latino community. Health Action and the health of youth and children, especially in this particular period coming out of COVID. The same thing with Alexander Valley Healthcare, and with youth, the Cloverdale Police Department to bring the youth diversion program to Cloverdale and so on. But staffing is something that I cannot get behind. I would open up the floor for anybody else at the table or for any attendees to comment. Do we have any hands at it, Irene?
Yes, we have a couple hands. So,
thank you.
Of course. Sorry, switch my screen to the timer here. We'll start with Leanne.
You're muted, Leanne.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm still awake, but I know there's no precedent set for this in the past, but as it's very clearly stated in the letter of request, I mean, these are unprecedented times. They're coming out of an emergency response, and with the ever-changing, condition of the pandemic, they have extra funding needs because of that. So just please reread that, one portion where they're requesting. I don't see it as unreasonable, only because I know that the biggest portion of this community that's in need or have income limitations are our seniors, and they may need additional staffing during these unprecedented times to handle that transition and make sure that the senior community is heard. Thank you very much.
And next we have
Nina.
Thank you.
You're muted.
Hi, everyone. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Thumbs up. Okay. So I think if the funding request from the senior center was done a little bit differently, all of the activities and all of the programs that they do require staffing. That's just the way it works. So I might want to massage that a bit and maybe change the actual appeal to something that is more program driven versus staffing driven. Questions?
Any other hands of the public, Irene?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Walter, please.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, with your permission, this is a question for Jose. If we were to do something like this to staff a position within another's organization like that, at what point could it be construed that that's a city employee from a benefit standpoint, workers' comp issue? What's the liability of the city at that point?
No, that's a great question. The reality here, all the city would be doing is funding and providing funding. It would be clear that they're not the city employees. It's just more of providing funding for them to pay for those things. But I would make an argument that at no point would they be ever considered a city employee. Now, if the city was cutting the check specifically directly to the employee, if the city was running them through, for example, their own payroll, now you start getting those arguments. If we're just talking about funding request, there's enough separation there where really they're not doing any services directly with the city.
Thank you. Then with that being said, Madam Mayor, I agree with Nina. If it was to come back as here's a program we want to do for the city, it accomplishes two things. First of all, it kind of justifies what that individual is going to be doing. Plus, we have the opportunity to make sure it's not a duplication of efforts. I hate to have them, the senior center, be doing something and at the same time have the chamber be doing the same thing. So if it would come back, with the program that they were going to do, not even mentioning an employee, just here's what we're going to do for you, I would re-entertain it.
The thing that concerns me is that the History Center, the Chamber, Alexander Valley Health, Cherry Creek, they can all come back with the same thing, and then they'll hide it through, it will be hidden behind a program. So, I mean, it's not that we don't want to support the efforts. And as I said, I highly recommend any assistance to the senior center, because it's not only senior, it's senior multi-service center to the community at large. And they also have other ways of funding this kind of staffing. The city should continue to provide support for programs, but not for staffing. That's my stand on that. David?
Mayor, Councilmember, I was just going to add that a little bit of history on their context for their funding. Last year or actually this current budget, council approved or authorized total funding of $12,000 And then what's included in the budget, the draft budget tonight is 15,000. So it allowed for a little bit of growth in what was provided previously, but not the full amount. And what's I think not reflected in their letter that kind of gets to, I think the point that Councilmember Walter is making is, they do provide services in terms of helping us communicate with, coffee with the mayor, for example, and they provide staffing for that. And then there has been tremendous amount of staffing to help with food distribution and food outreach. Again, I'm not saying that to advocate for them, I'm just sharing that that's been their contribution. But if you want to put a pause on it for the budget, you could look at this more closely when we have more definitive information about the fiscal recovery funds, because part of the fiscal recovery funds is to tie the use of funds to services that were provided in response to the pandemic. So that's just something for council to consider.
Oh, definitely. I would go ahead and allocate the 10,000 and then promise the center, once this money comes from recovery, that they will definitely receive additional funding. And the same would be true for the History Center, which supposedly have mailed a letter for request for funding also. And it's all for programming. So, perhaps what we need to do, David and Kevin, is when we announce applications for funding for nonprofits, perhaps they need to understand that it has to be an emphasis on programming. In that way, we don't have any problems. And once again, I can do nothing but praise the Senior Multi-Service Center for their presence and their assistance in food delivery, their assistance in distribution of food every Monday. I mean, no other organization has come forth like the Senior Center has. So I'm definitely, supportive of the center. We just cannot engage in that kind of wording. So maybe if they want to revise that by the time we vote on it, for 15,000, and then we definitely commit to considering them once the Recovery Act money gets to the city. And of course, there's going to be more money coming from the state and the county that would benefit them, and will definitely, be a voice of support for the center as well as for the chamber. So, Todd and Gus, what do you say to that? We can't hear you, Gus. You're muted.
Are you suggesting that we don't talk about any other funding tonight? We just wait?
Oh, no. It's just that, we have to close on the Senior Center because Melanie's out. And so we have to bring her back.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with that, coming back, revising it. And I surely hope the city manager is correct, because when we get that recovery money, it would be nice to repay some folks like Citrus Fair, the chamber,
yes,
everybody that just jumped in and did stuff. So
yes,
it would be nice.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Todd, did you have anything to say?
Nope, they're with you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Irene, could you let Melanie know that we need her?
Okay, we should see her momentarily.
Okay.
And then we did have an additional hand raised from Debbie Howell. I don't know if you want to reopen now or after.
Yeah, go ahead. Debbie may have something in relationship to all this. Hi, Debbie. Thank you and welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm just a little bit confused. I get the point of the council saying it needs to be programs, but it takes people to conduct the programs. And so I'm a little bit confused about the staffing comment. I don't know who you think can hand out the food except for, you know, people that are employed by the senior center. That
Well,
would be
that's
my
not-
only comment.
Thank you, Debbie. And that's not necessarily so. It was a whole slew of volunteers. When organizations commit to provide a service, they have to make sure that they have the workforce also. Gus, you had a comment? Melanie, are you back?
I think Councilmember Bagby checked in and then heard senior center and checked back out. Irene will send a follow-up message.
Okay, it's over, Melanie. No more senior center.
I'm back.
Okay, all right. So the next nonprofit request, let's see, comes from, well, we have the Boys and Girls, and I stand by my statements in the past. Until we have fiscal clarity, I do not support Boys and Girls Club, but open to the council.
And Susie, while council takes up discussion of Boys and Girls Club, could you check on the amount that's in the budget, if any?
Well, I know in the past, Madam Mayor, that we funded the Boys and Girls Club because they were lacking the funding for the summer programs. And we contributed, I believe it was $10,000, and I believe it was $1,000 a student to do the summer programs. So that's why we contributed the money in the past. Now, I'm not sure what their financial condition is. I'm not sure if they're running summer programs this summer, but it was to help them with the summer programs, because without them, you know, we'd have kids staying home while mom and dad went to work. So
that was 2 years ago. Okay. And we had an advisory board for the Boys and Girls Club. We were disbanded. We raised all sorts of money for Cloverdale. We never saw what happened to that money. And after they promised that every child will pay only $50 the whole summer, that was revoked and it never happened. And then in the process, the whole staff was fired, including the present mayor of Santa Rosa, Chris Rogers, among others. So until there is an answer to what happened to the money we raised for Cloverdale, it is my stand. Of course, that's not the rest of the council, but it's my stand. I would not support it.
Well, I have to agree with you. I didn't know that history. So thank you for enlightening me.
Thank you.
We have $8,000 in the budget for 8 scholarships for Cloverdale children.
If we can be guaranteed that those $8,000 are going to go for Cloverdale children, I would vote for it. Otherwise, I won't. Because this is what happened in the past.
Then I would recommend that we don't approve it, but maybe someone could reach out to the Boys and Girls Club and see if they can give us an explanation.
So would you do that, Kevin?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, sure.
Community development. Okay. All right. So, yes, I mean, it, you know, past Mayor Turner's wife worked in the place where we did the fundraiser, raised a lot of money and then disappeared. Okay, so Chamber of Commerce. Open the door, open the floor for that.
You know, if it's my turn, I would just like to say I definitely support this. I can't say enough for what the chamber did over the last year. Between Nina and Savannah, you know, decorating houses for Halloween, the parade, everything that they did And it wasn't just for their membership, it was for the entire community, which is really unprecedented for a Chamber of Commerce. Usually they just stick with their members. But I got to tell you, our Chamber of Commerce went above and beyond. And if we could work with them on some form of getting communication out to connect Cloverdale, or writing that article with the help of city staff, you know, that 75,000 is inexpensive compared to what they're going to do. So I'm in favor of that.
Isn't that part of the contract to do outreach?
We're talking about now to do the communication piece, which is something new.
Could you clarify, David?
Happy to, Mayor. We have an existing contract with the chamber that it does include a communication component. The funding amount in the current budget is 65,000. The funding request for next fiscal year is 75,000. What we don't have yet is the detailed scope of work, and I know Nina is working on it. Ultimately, the scope will, what we're asking tonight is really just the budget authorization. Ultimately, the scope and the agreement comes to council for your review and input and ultimately approval. So the council will ultimately have the final say, and it's an opportunity as part of that review process and approval process to discuss what council would like to see as part of that scope of work with the chamber. So there's some negotiations there, or opportunity for negotiations on exactly what you'd like to see in next year's scope of work and agreement with the chamber.
Councilmember Bagby.
Yeah, I think that city manager expressed it very clearly, is that this is really like a thumbnail placeholder. And I think that they have done a great job on the contract and really fulfilling the requests. And then of course, in the last year, they've just really gone above and beyond the call, have been incredibly innovative and resourceful. But I see that Nina has her hand raised. So if we want to hear from her at that point, that's up to you.
Todd, do you have any comments before I open the floor?
Nothing new. Like I said earlier, I support them, and they have done nothing but great things for our community over the past year. And just about every project that we've had, they've had their fingers in it. So I support this budget and wish they would have asked for more.
I wish we had more. Okay, Nina.
So we are happy to promote and communicate, but if we are going to be a PIO, I think we need to take a look at resources, funding resources, because I don't think that two part-time people can deal with everything that's going on. But we can look at that and dissect it, look at it and figure out how to do it. And I think you get an awful lot for your Cloverdale buck. I really do. I have to say, it's my job.
We know, Nina, we know. Ron, would you like to chime in here?
No, Ron's not here. You're lucky.
Who is from Pavelka here on the chat?
I don't think he's, is he on the chat? Oh,
yes.
I'm fired.
Okay, Ron, you're on. Unmute yourself.
I don't think he's on the chat.
He's right below you there. Ron, are you going to unmute? You have been allowed to speak.
I sent him a notification asking to unmute.
Well, you're safe by the microphone, Nina.
Okay, sorry, honey. I'm going to unmute. I'm going to tell him to unmute. that might work.
Okay, let's have Leanne in the meanwhile.
Yes, I 100% support giving them additional funding. And Nina, if you need it, I have social media marketing experience, and I will gladly donate my time to the organization to do that for you.
Fabulous.
Thank you. Is Ron available, or we're just going to move on because it's late?
I think he might be asleep.
Okay. Well, tell him he was called on, okay? All right. Let's see. What's the other nonprofit that we're discussing here? Okay, so before we move on, are we going to negotiate the 75, or is it going to be less?
Well, it's really setting aside the 70, budgeting for 75. So
Okay.
I have no problem going ahead and supporting that this evening and then negotiating the contract with them at a later time.
Okay, Todd and Gus, I assume you agree. Yes, okay, great. So let's go to the next one. Citrus Fair. With my closed eyes, with my eyes closed. Yes. Team? Oh, and by the way, I had a very good conversation with PG&E representative. She had some answers and she was missing others, but spoke very highly of the Citrus Fair and the collaboration by our senior staff in making sure that we are prepared for PSPS and other emergencies. So I think that meeting that we had with them as a guest worked very well. So thank you. Friday Night Live. Hopefully we'll have Friday Night Live in July. Guys? Okay, 5,000? Placeholder? Okay. Redwood Empire Food Bank. Definitely. Comments?
Mayor, my recommendation with the Redwood Empire Food Bank is you may want to consider making a decision on funding when the discussion regarding the American Recovery Plan or fiscal recovery funds come forward. That was their ask, was to dedicate a certain percentage of those funds. And while I think the percentage might be a little high, I think that would be maybe the time when you consider that, because we, again, as we indicated, we haven't put that in the budget yet, but you may want to tie the funding allocation for the food bank to that funding source when we have more information.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, we have had an average of 250 people, families helped every week. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but an average of 250, 270 families. And this is just not one group of people, it's everybody in Cloverdale. And it has highlighted the need that has surfaced due to COVID and other emergencies that we're still dragging. So I will definitely take this seriously when the time comes. Okay, now look at this, YMCA. Did we have a pool last year? Are we having a pool this year? I mean, past Mayor Pala worked so hard at all this, and at this point, I don't feel we can tell people that we're really going to have a pool, because every time we say the pool's open, we have to, you know, send a flash message the pool's closed. So if it's going to help to provide the service for the community and to continue to work on improving relations with the school and an opportunity for students, I definitely would support it, but we need to have some, you know, demand on that. Todd.
According to James Gore in a meeting a couple weeks ago with City Manager David Kelly, he said that we would be having the pool open by this coming weekend, or June 15th, it would be completely open with no restrictions.
Yeah, that's the thing. We hear all these promises and, then we have to come to our community and say. So let's see, how do we want to manage that?
Well, it's a placeholder, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So I'm in favor of putting it down, and let's see if the pool is open. So.
Yeah, I'm in favor too, because our community needs it.
We do.
So, Melanie, yeah, Todd already spoke. Melanie, you have any comments? Okay, thank you very much. And then 211. I don't have an issue with that. Any of you?
And just a note, Madam Mayor, Council, we didn't put funding in the budget for this. This is a new request. So we would have to add this expense to the budget. But this request, we did get a request from 201 for funding assistance. It's very likely that you're going to see this as an annual request because this is part of their funding model is to seek funding from each of the cities to support their services.
With your permission, Madam Mayor, David, are all the cities being requested the same amount?
The dollar amount varies by city. It appears that they're tying it to the some metrics, and it appears it's based on their call volume from zip codes. But I don't have the specific methodology that they've identified, but I did see that they were making similar requests from all the cities and that had different funding amounts. Similar, but different.
The strength of their support is still from the county.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they were asking for the largest allocation from the county and then your larger cities like Petaluma and Santa Rosa.
It would be interesting. I'm sorry. It would be interesting at some point to see some numbers, the usage that comes from Cloverdale, just for the heck of it.
I'm going to make sure that we get that. They're very responsive, and they have had they have provided incredible service during the whole fire, pandemic, vaccination, testing. They have been incredibly helpful. So, okay, I see Ron with his hand raised. So please, Ron.
Oh, good evening. There was a question asked of me earlier and I was not on. You
were sleeping, we heard.
I was not sleeping.
Okay, no, we just wanted to, to hear you on why we need to increase this, this amount for the chamber. And we were saying all sorts of good things about the chamber. You missed it.
Well, good. So I don't think I need to add anything to it. The chamber has been working very hard. The staff is working overtime and providing a great service for the community. And that's about all I have to say. Go Nina and go Savannah. And thank you for your support from the city.
Any plans that you want to share with us? Any new visions or plan?
Not at this point. I think that we submitted our information to you. There should be a 4 or 5 page document in your folder that shows you what our plans are for 2021, 2022. And the also good news is that we should have our new welcome to Cloverdale signs up in the next 10 to 15 days, both at the Citrus Fair exit and also up at the north end of town. And once we get those in place, we are looking at putting a sign out the south end of town as well.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Okay. Nina, did you have anything else to say? I see your hands up.
Sorry. You go. Thank you, Ron. Signs will be up pretty soon. we've done all the USA stuff and the holes are drilled. So
Okay.
onward and upward.
Okay, take care of that voice, Nina. Thank you.
I know, I'm a little, yeah, it's been a long day.
Okay, so given that we've discussed all these things, we have to go to, oh my gosh, we have item 13. Does anybody need a bio break? I'm ready to just go over 13. Yes, Gus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure that 15,000 for a potential dog park is in there as a placeholder as well. Is there support for that? Melanie, dog park?
Yeah, honestly, it's not something that I can support right now for the city park. I mean, particularly because it's not part of the master plan for the city park. I know that the area that you have in mind, and it would really, disrupt what I think is our very best barbecue and picnic area in the city. I think that with some of the projects that we have on the horizon, I think that it would be better to see how those some other acquisitions might pan out. So it's not something that I can support for City Park to kind of wedge it in there right now. And plus it would blow away all of the staff work and the money that we already spent on the City Park master plan. So as much as I want to get that done now, I think we have some better opportunities that hopefully aren't too far over the horizon.
Well, I don't think I had in mind a permanent. I was thinking it more as a temporary until other things came to fruition. And you being on the council and the planning commission, as long as you have, when we start talking about a master plan for our 2nd Street Park, we'll be talking about that 25 years from now. So,
sure.
But at the wish of the council, that's fine.
Would you like to add anything to that?
Me?
The dog park.
Do you want to hear me cry and blubber some more? No, I don't want to add anything else. I think it would be an ideal.
No. I asked Todd. I asked
Todd.
Sorry, I won't make Gus cry any more than he already is. I'm a complete supporter of a dog park. I just don't think that's the perfect location. I think there would end up being a liability issue with dogs coming into the park and having kids at the playground within 60 feet of it. However, I am in complete support of it somewhere, and if we could earmark it somewhere else, I would completely support it.
Thank you, Todd. And yeah, I stand with Melanie and Todd. Okay. I wanted to bring to your attention again, David, I don't know if you had the opportunity to check if there was a letter from the History Center. They said they were going to send it. It was a last minute request. And I think they were requesting $5,000 for the History Center. And in terms of the History Center, I also wanted to appeal to in-kind contribution by council members to help with the docent program, at least once a month, to be a volunteer docent. You don't have to commit, just go see if it's something that you would like to do once a month, and shadow someone. I think in terms of keeping our charm as a small town, we need to support the History Center and truly share the wealth that is in the History Center with all students and adults in Cloverdale. I see that we have a hand raised, Irene. So I want to bring this and then go immediately to item 13. We need to cover that. So Irene, please.
Hi, Helen. You should be unmuted.
Hi, Irene. Thank you. This has been a very informative meeting. Thank you. I've really enjoyed it. and I realize it's late, and I'm not a dog person, I have a cat, but you know, I think I'm with Gus in that earmarking some funds for a dog park would make so many people happy. And maybe City Park isn't the right place, but maybe you put up some fencing on the Times Square property or some other property and have a place where people can go. And if you have it in the budget, it wouldn't, right? You don't have to spend the funds, but you'd have the option to spend the funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the floor and to the council, and we'll go to item 13. Last item. Yes,
Madam Mayor, if I can, just a quick check-in before we move on, if that's okay with you?
Yeah.
So we thank you for the valuable feedback on the budget. What I hear from council is general support for the budget as proposed, with some modifications to the proposed funding for the nonprofits, and obviously with clarification in the senior center. And I didn't hear support for funding the Boys and Girls Club, so we could reduce or eliminate the funding for that, and then we could add funding for History Center. I did just want, so I wanted to check in with council just to make sure that we're tracking and have clarity on those changes for the nonprofits. And then last but not least, just the request for consideration on some discretionary projects, particularly the funding for vegetation management activities with the focus at the Porterfield Creek open space. Again, the request would be to add $30,000 to the budget. And then, hopefully we've written a very successful grant application, and we'll be able to bring that revenue in to offset that expense in the budget, assuming we're competitive. But that was a particular item I think that we were hoping to be able to undertake, just because we've heard a lot from the neighbors about their concerns, and I think it is legitimate, and we would need to start scheduling with the fire district that staffing resources. And if you gave a commitment, we'd be able to at least say with the start of the fiscal year, we'll be in a position to get started.
Susie, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I've been trying to track the changes that we've made, and I had 35,000 for a rate and apportionment study for CFD, 30,000 for Clover Ready, 30,000 for vegetation management, 5,000 for Friday Night Live, removing Boys and Girls Club, adding the History Center for 5,000, and then 211 for $3,000. And I just kind of wanted to give you an update that leaves your reserve level at 44.6%.
What about the Performing Arts Center? Have we heard anything from them? And have we solicited requests for funding?
Councilmember Walter, we had not solicited requests for funding. We'd want to seek guidance from council if you'd like us to do that. Generally, the nonprofits have kind of done that of their own accord.
Well, I'm going to, with your permission, Council, I'm going to give the Performing Arts Center a call. I'm hoping soon we'll be back in their building. And I just want to let them know that we're entertaining applications. Thank you.
Yeah, so David, what would be the deadline for anybody to submit a letter of application? If you haven't received the History Center, I mean, it should be there, but, and then CPAC.
Right, well, we're hoping, assuming council supports, to bring back the budget for your adoption at your, at your next meeting. I mean, and if you're in agreement, and you feel like it's in good shape, we have a full agenda. So we would probably, and as we've done in the past, put it on the consent agenda for June 9th. But we could bring it forward as a regular calendar item if you want to deliberate more. And you could either adopt it at that time, or we ultimately could bring it back at the subsequent meeting in June 23rd. And that'd be kind of a drop dead date, so to speak, in terms of adopting it prior to the start of the fiscal year. So really, we would need a funding request submitted
this week,
within the next week.
Okay. The other option is to approve the budget and then do a budget amendment later when we do have the document. I just want to keep, put that out there as well, that, we do budget amendments all the time. There's nothing to stop us from doing that.
Right. And again, the discussion on the American Rescue Plan, the fiscal relief funds that will be coming to council, and that may be an opportunity for council to have a little more deliberate conversation about those funds and what nonprofit organizations you may want to support, especially tied to the pandemic.
Jose, would it be okay for him to go ahead and just send all of us the request by any other nonprofit that may request funding? And,
yes.
And if it's something totally out of reasonable, then we can respond individually to David.
Well, I think that as long as there's no collective concurrence or anything like that being made through the emails, he could definitely give you all the updates, kind of the plans. I'm bringing it up, and that way you could just be ready for the meeting, whether it's unreasonable or not, and adjust it then.
Okay.
But at least you'll have you could definitely get all the information beforehand.
Okay, thank you. Gus, did you have another comment? Okay.
Mayor and council members, just with the scheduling, I was thrown off a little bit, and because we weren't sure where the budget was going to land for June 9th, it actually was noticed under public hearing, so it'll be listed as such.
All right, thank you so much, Irene. You keep us on our toes. All right, so item 13, I'm getting tired. Let's go.
I can take this one if you want, David.
Yes, please, Kevin.
Yeah, so this is an update on our participation in PG&E Sustainable Solutions Turnkey program. We have David Carter and Brooklyn Stewart from Centrica Services and David from PG&E. They have a PowerPoint, so we're gonna have to go fast, David. Just the program really looks to bundle energy efficiency projects, some that are really good, attractive paybacks that are save a lot of energy, with other ones that maybe don't have as good of payback. You put all those together, you do them all at once, and they're paid for through the energy savings. So that's the gist of the program. We have completed 2 walkthroughs of our facilities, and they have identified some promising projects that could probably be bundled up and treated in this manner. We need to do an investment grade assessment, which would be the next step. In order to do that, we need to have a master service agreement. So we are seeking council's direction to return on June 23rd with a resolution authorizing David to enter into that agreement. Also, just really quick, due to the kind of the variety of different projects that would occur, HVAC, photovoltaic, lighting, we're suggesting that we invoke Government Code Section 4217, which allows us to forego the low bid bidding procurement process, and that will allow for PG&E to manage the whole thing and hire different consultants, as opposed to us going out for bids on all the different aspects of it. I don't want to cover their presentation too much, but I'll just leave it there. So David, Irene, I think you probably have his presentation. So again, we are seeking direction to return on June 23rd with 2 resolutions, 1 allowing David to enter into the master services agreement, and 2 invoking Government Code Section 4217 for the non-procurement process.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you to David and Kevin for inviting Brooklyn and I to the meeting today. I will say this is only the 2nd longest meeting I've been in. So this is good. And it was a budget meeting as well. So lots of things you guys need to discuss. So I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. I know you guys have the presentation and been provided some other information. Let's see.
We can advance the slides for you if that's what you're looking for.
All right, go ahead. Advance to the next one for me, please. Yeah. Okay, so as Kevin indicated, the goal is to give you guys some background on efforts that we've been making to help drive energy efficiency and resiliency within Cloverdale. And, you know, in addition to sort of those global things that we look at from a cost savings perspective, you know, we look at them from an environmental perspective. You know, the city had put out to us that, you know, some of the key goals were lowering the energy costs, reducing carbon emissions, but there was also a serious need to address aging equipment and deferred maintenance. And so I think what you'll see is that we've tried to take all of those goals into consideration as we did our preliminary site walks. And why don't we go to the next slide, please? So just a little bit about who we are. I am part of PG&E's Energy Consulting Services team, and we were created to help customers drive and implement solutions in the energy space, whether it's efficiency, generation, demand and response. We are a small group outside of the traditional PG&E team that you guys deal with on a day-out-day basis. Our goal is to really bring an unbiased approach to help address these needs, looking at it from a best practices perspective. How do we do the right tasks first so that we don't end up spending or wasting money doing things later that we should have done either earlier or shouldn't have had to do. We have a very deep bench. As I mentioned, Brooklyn Stewart's with me from Centrica. We've been working with them in conjunction with the city to do these particular assessments. Let's move to the next slide, please. So the program that we're looking at is Sustainable Solutions Turnkey, and it really is a one-stop solution that really help identify, prioritize, identify funding for and implement a whole slew of energy projects, including water conservation. Next slide, please. The way that we typically do this is that this is a collaborative process with the city, and each step that we take in the process is designed to do the next deeper dive of due diligence so that as we move through the circle towards implementation, you know, everybody is understanding of what we've done, where we're headed, what the findings were, and then, you know, collaboratively make decisions about what's in the best interest of the city. We have completed the preliminary, and as Kevin indicated earlier, we, you know, look to come back in a month seeking a resolution to do the investment grade assessment. That's really where the rubber hits the road and we start doing design work to identify fixed firm pricing, defined scope, and energy savings for the project. And that may come up on a later slide, but let's go to the next one. So in our audit, and I apologize if that seems a little small, but you guys have seen a copy, is that there were definitely some key pain points within the city. You know, there's a need to upgrade the lighting. There's obviously very old HVAC equipment to be replaced. You know, in a lot of cases, that just leads to you know, heating and cooling complaints within the employee base. And you know, part of what we're really trying to do is to look at these measures and figure out, well, rather than a capital project, how might we deliver these under an energy services project? Let's go to the next slide. There's a couple of things that we're trying to address. The first one is efficiency. So, you know, there are several things that we identify that we can do to maximize energy efficiency for the city. And that's to really look at the full complement of interior and exterior lighting. We'd also look at replacing antiquated HVAC units with more efficient units, bring them up to current refrigerant, higher efficiency. There's some opportunities for pump station upgrades, and we looked at the water treatment plant. There are some opportunities around aeration. And then from a controls perspective, being able to look at how to network the controls that would allow greater control across the city in any place that's using your heating and air conditioning. If we go to the next slide, the second leg we were trying to resolve is sort of this pathway to resiliency. And so the second aspect of this is to look at where and how we can maximize the use of solar and or storage, as that makes sense, to allow for greater resiliency and essentially a further cost of energy. So, creating a pool of energy that that you're providing as opposed to pulling it from the PG&E system. Next slide, please. So just as a kind of a big summary, all of these measures at a rough order of magnitude, we identified a project that would be in the neighborhood of approximately $4 million. It would save the city 67% of its utility cost on an annual basis, which would amount to approximately just under $250,000. There would also be an amount of maintenance savings coming from new equipment and new lighting that would reduce the calls out to the field on the current stuff. In the IGA, we would explore all available incentives and rebates, to incorporate those in the project, but those are subject to change at all times, and so we just put a placeholder that will review it. And what we try to do is pay for these projects using the energy savings so that it becomes neutral to the city. So rather than paying PG&E every month for your power bill, whatever we can identify as savings, it's used as debt service to fund the project or to create a cost neutral project for the city. In the case of this mix of projects, based on a 2.8% rate that, I think when we put this together, that was about where it was. It'd be about a 16-year term to pay off the project. And then all of the cost savings would essentially revert back to the city. We also looked at the greenhouse gas reduction impact, which would save, almost 3 million pounds of CO2 equivalent for the city. So this is sort of the economics of it. You have to look at this and compare it to a capital project. Every year you guys go through this budget process and you identify capital dollars to make incremental changes in improvements in the areas that are most in need. This program and this approach can allow you to sort of refresh, if you will, the city as a whole, and really look at it comprehensively, all of your systems. And so there may be ways of looking at this from the standpoint of freeing up some capital dollars for you guys to do other things, and or using capital dollars that you have allocated today or tomorrow to help buy down the project and actually speed up the payback. Next slide, please. So I think our goal tonight was already iterated. I think I'll point out that the IGA, we are willing to do that for Cloverdale with no upfront cost. So it should be a fairly straightforward decision that way. And we expect it to take about 3 months to complete. And as I said earlier, at the completion of the IGA, what we would have is a defined project scope, a fixed firm project price, and the anticipated savings. And in that IGA, we would do all of the financial analysis and that work. So that would all really be laid out for the council to make their decision. I believe that's the last slide, other than some in the appendix. And we don't need to go through those. I did leave you in the presentation some more specifics about each of the individual measures. But I think at this point, I'd be happy to open it up to any questions.
Okay, who starts? Melanie? Scott?
You know, I don't know. I just can't get too excited about this for some reason. Maybe I'm missing something. There's just a lot of what ifs for me. We're talking a 16-year period. What if the savings don't come up to $234,000 a year? You know, where.
So while sorry, go ahead.
We're at 2.8 APR, you know, and hopefully we'll have it paid off in 16 years. In 16 years, I can't imagine the technology change in delivering electricity and services. I don't know. I'd like to hear how my fellow council members feel about this. And you know, what about Sonoma Clean Power? How, you know, do they have anything to do with this? Melanie, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about it.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm actually, we received this presentation at Subcommittee, and, you know, it's very similar to, you know, the kind of programs that residents in Sonoma County are using through Skype. I mean, it's basically right-sizing the, you know, the investments. And Madam Mayor, your fan has really distracted me. Sorry. It must be warm where you are, so. Sorry. But yeah, I you know, and I like the slide on page 237, because it shows that we've got project qualification, preliminary assessment, which has been done, and then you are here. We're not deciding to, you know, we're not signing a contract tonight. We're still, the next step is to look at investment grade assessment based on what our needs are, and we will basically be able to, you know, finance the energy savings and improvements that we need for less than we would actually be paying on our utilities. So I think this is a really financially smart way to do it. There are going to be lots of programs that are coming down from the state, and actually Sonoma Clean come up at a recent meeting. You know, they're supporting this effort because this is really, it's not really, it's really the CPUC or the California Energy Commission that it is pushing this program, and maybe Kevin can talk a little bit about that. But I think this is a great approach for us to take on our, you know, immediate needs and our high costs, and a great way to finance it for less than we would actually pay if we did nothing. Plus, we have so many projects in our capital improvement program, are so many HVAC systems that are at the end of life, need for other upgrades that will save us energy. So I think it's a great program. We're not committing to anything again tonight, and we're deciding whether or not to move forward. I think that they've identified some great projects, and I'd like to see us support this. So, but yeah, Kevin, if you want to talk about, or if David Carter wants to jump in and talk about the you know, where this program started and why you're able to offer it.
I'm happy to start a little bit on the sort of the history. Doing these types of energy projects within PG&E started about 12 years ago, specifically for the federal government, which allowed federal agencies to contract with their providing utility to do energy projects. And the whole reason it started is that PG&E and the investor-owned utilities have done a great job of programs that do audits and help identify opportunities for customers, but never really gave them a way to implement. And, you know, the federal program and SST, which is the non-federal one, were created to really help, you know, organizations provide, us to help provide resources to these organizations to actually get work done. And as Melanie said, it's all typically paid for from the savings. Is sort of the key way that most municipalities do it, because they tend to have sort of a longer term view. Kevin, anything you want to add to that?
I just want to emphasize it gives us an opportunity to really upgrade a lot of equipment that is old, that, Craig is over at the library fixing the air conditioners all the time. So, and City Hall. So it gives us a way to do all that quickly and have a project manager who can, manage all the contracts. And so just, there's a savings indicated in there for staff time, which I'm not sure how it was derived, but there's definitely something to that piece of it, the savings in staff time.
One other thought too is Brooklyn and I saw several things on the during the budget discussion that could be part and parcel of an energy projects. Things like some of the pumps, the conversation about water meters. Some of our projects have had water meter components to them. So we bring an immense amount of flexibility to the table to really allow you guys to dream big, if you will. We'll help narrow it, but I think we see a lot of opportunities in our walks, and then we heard some other stuff tonight that I think we'd want to put on the table and say, hey, is this something that might make sense to include? So.
Okay, any other comments? I would like to hear more about it, or maybe study a little bit more, but I support anything that helps in efficiency and improving our situation. I mean, and paying for efficiency, it's a trick. So,
Madam Mayor, if I could, I would just like to say, when I was on the school board, we did a project like this, and it did help, and it did come to fruition, and there was a cost savings. And so I look forward to projects like this through larger corporations that can handle the load and be held accountable. And I would actually like to ask them to return with a resolution.
Yeah, I also would like to hear more about which particular projects, are going to benefit the city at length. And Melanie, you had something else to say?
I just want to say, there have been several areas that have been identified. I mean, our aging HVAC systems, aging lighting, this is designed just like if you were going to get solar panels for your home, you would take a look at what you would do an energy audit. You would find out, well, how much energy do I actually use? What's my peak use? How can I, should I get more energy efficient appliances, or are my appliances good? And then buy a solar array and battery backup that's right sized for your energy use. And so that your energy costs are so you're paying, for your savings every month. Your payments are about what your current energy costs are right now. And this is actually even better than that. It's actually, we will probably be paying less in the payments than we'll be saving more, not just saying, paying the same amount. I mean, that's what I'm seeing in the information that's been provided. So, and again, we're not signing a contract tonight. We're not doing a resolution tonight. Page 237. They did an initial, they did a walkthrough. They've identified some really, low-hanging fruit. They've completed that preliminary assessment, and we are right between the preliminary assessment and then looking at the investment grade assessment. So I think that, I really support this, but I think it's going to save the city money. And it's also going to make our city hall, hopefully, and our police station and the facilities that need new HVAC. It's going to make them more comfortable, and it's going to make people help people be more productive. So I think that this is this is a win-win, which gets overused, but it really is. This is a win-win situation, and I think we need to support this and move on to the next step.
So we're going to be recommending B or C?
Madam Mayor, the request is that we return on June 23rd with the two resolutions. The use of the 4217 is a public hearing, so we would have to put a notice in the paper. So that's the direction we're seeking if you want us to return with those.
Well, Todd already said yes, and so did Melanie and Councilmember Walter.
If you need more information, I'd say look at the appendices.
Yeah.
Because it has a call out to so many specific projects and so many areas of delayed maintenance that we need to address anyway. So yeah, I'd support that timeline that Kevin described.
Councilmember Bagby talked me into it, so I'm fine with it, Melanie. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's go. And we are at the end of the day. That's why you are at the end, David. Okay. So
and Mayor, you may want to see if there's any public comments on the item.
Yes. We're all very exhausted. Let's see. Any hands, Irene?
Yes, we have one from Leanne.
Okay. Go ahead.
I love this conversation, but I do agree with Gus, and 16 years of technology potential is, we can't even comprehend, but I just urge you to Google Nikola Tesla. Free energy was invented by him in the 1920s, people. And David Carter, you're a master salesman. Your word choice is impeccable. I was a corporate trainer and performance analyst for a Fortune 5 company, and I would hire you in a minute. And I would not doubt that you would be the #1 salesman. Just do your research, people. Do your research. This is a huge investment. It sounds very nice. It's all spread out over 16 years, but people, this technology is already there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other hands?
No other hands, Mayor.
Thank you. So you have enough direction, David and Kevin? And
yes.
Thank you, David Carter.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the time.
Okay, good night. So let's go to the subcommittees. Melanie, I think you already covered everything on finance, administration, and police, and so did the chief. So, okay. So anything you want to say quickly? All right. Planning and sustainability. We have a meeting June 15th. Okay. Public Works.
July 27th, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and we need to rethink for next time, reorganization and appointments. I think we're going to do it after we select the next council member, so that we could have all our committees, with the appropriate personnel. Okay. I can't wait for June 14th, vegetation management. We're going to continue talking about this until we have no more brush and no more all those things you talked about today. I don't know the name of those plants. Okay. Todd, join city.
City School, they are working, this city and the school are working together on their permitting for the new gym and the new classrooms. Everything's going as I would hope now. It seems like everyone's kind of getting on the same page and working in a positive fashion, and I really appreciate it. No dates have changed as to when those projects will be completed, and the next meeting is July 19th, unless we need to schedule another one for a little more negotiating. The Homelessness Community Advisory Group, there's a lot to say. I'll try to keep it short since it's so late. I've been working with James Gore's office to get as much help as we can here in Cloverdale due to the 5 fires after today, 5 fires that we've had down on the riverbed in less than a month, along with the stabbing and several DVs and other things that have happened. So the Sheriff's Office, the HART, which is the Emergency Action Response Team for all homeless, they've been going down, contacting all of our homeless. They have also been noticed to vacate by the Sheriff's Office or by Cloverdale PD, depending on where the jurisdiction is. We've been working on getting all the proper notifications from the private property owners so that we can remove people off of those where some of these fires have happened. And the latest is one of the properties is owned by a company on the East Coast, and we are looking at getting a value on that property because the county and the city are interested in adding it onto the river park and extending the river park from the bridge south to All Coast. And this company is very interested and wants to work with us. The last thing today, we met with the Water Quality Board, Fish and Game, Sheriff's Office, James Gore's office, city, and the fire. And we all went out to the river and they gave us a long list of plants and brush that we can have removed from the riverbed and explain to us how we can get through and manipulate the system so that our canopy's up higher. There's less places for people to hide. But number one thing is it's less of a threat for us for the fire, because the fires with the fires coming from the east side, the fire department says that is the worst place, and that's what will blow through Cloverdale. So I've been nothing but focused on getting a way to get rid of that brush, and that's where we're at right now. As of today, I think within 2 to 3 weeks, we will be able to get down there with the SAT crews, which are your supervised adult crews, through the sheriff's office, as well as county with their equipment to go down there and remove brush, clean up all the trash, clean up all the burned areas that have caught fire and are polluting the waterways, and keep moving forward. The sheriff's office has been in there since Monday, and they have removed everyone from the bridge south and along the Levee Road, all except one person. And they are continually going back by the day to make sure no one else is there, or doing what they can, and always offering heart or any other kind of help that they can to get people the proper help or stabilization for their mental health or substance abuse needs. I've taken pictures. When you go down to your river and you find full running lawnmowers, motorcycles, a lot of stolen property, things that were my own down there, it's time to move forward and do what's best for our community, and that's what we're trying to do together.
And in that regard, I also want to say that Todd is now part of the ad hoc for the county, and he attended the meeting this morning with David and myself. There is a lot of energy and good information being shared, and a lot of effort by all the service providers for the homeless. So I think we're turning the page. It's a good deal. Okay, so let's see. We don't need any more status on current emergency. Mark, do we? Mark, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. No updates. The reservoir continues to drop, and we'll be taking further action as the year progresses.
Thank you. David does send us updates on the drought. So let's make sure that we read that. And future agenda items.
Madam Mayor, if I can, I'd like to ask Jose just to provide a real brief update from the city attorney.
This will only take 30 minutes.
Are you friends with James Gore?
This will be real quick, 30 minutes later. I'll be done. No, just really quick. And there was a joint press release issued. I know that the council received it. This has to do with a lawsuit that was filed related to the Kincaid fire against PG&E. As the council knows, the city of Cloverdale was one of the first agencies to sign on and to hire the law firm of Barron and Budd to represent the city in a joint effort with other jurisdictions. It was the county, the city of Santa Rosa, the town of Windsor, and Healdsburg and Cloverdale, making up the entities that filed a lawsuit against PG&E. That actually, the lawsuit has settled, and it settled for $31 million. Now that sounds like a lot of money, and it's well, Cloverdale must have received a windfall. No, the proportions of the recovery were based on certain types of damages. We all know that Cloverdale, there was a lot of effort, there was a lot of money spent, there were a lot of organizations that did a lot during the Kincaid fire to support not only our residents, but the residents of the other communities that were in Cloverdale. So Cloverdale did a lot. There were damages, but there were only certain damages were counted here. I think Cloverdale's percentage of the recovery before the contingency fees and costs, it was only like 0.25%. So we're not talking about a lot of money, but I know it was very important for the council to jump in to make sure that PG&E was held accountable and moving forward that way was very important for the council. So this is a recovery of $31 million. I know the county is the one receiving most of the funds, but we hope that this money collectively, hopefully will also get the region, hopefully in a position where we're better prepared or as prepared as we can be, right? Hopefully it'll go into that as well. That's the quick report, Council. I know we'll probably talk about it some more at a later date, but I know there's a press release today. Just wanted to update the council.
And would you like to please share with the community the amount allocated to Cloverdale?
The total amount allocated, and again, the allocation still needs to be completed, but it was only about 0.23%, which came out to be roughly $70,000 before the contingency, the attorney's fees, and the costs. We still don't have the final numbers because then you also account FEMA, Cal OES as well. That was over that, but the $70,000 on $70,000 is the allocation we're looking at for those 31 before costs are taken out. So again, there was no big windfall or anything like that. So I know there was the reason to join was also again holding PG&E accountable and stepping into this and to say, hey, Cloverdale was damaged and we're not going to take it, right? That was big for the council.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure that people understand that we did not get $1 million or $2 million or $3 million.
No.
Okay, so I am going to be meeting with David and so is Vice Mayor Lance to work on future agenda items and so on. At this moment, you could communicate with any of us for that. And this meeting is adjourned. Yay, we can have something to eat, something to drink, and go to bed.